Good evening, gamers, and happy Pokemon Day. Welcome into another Turboblaze Trials weekly tournament presented by the boys over here at Turboblaze, along with our partners, Collectors Connection. As always, we want to start off the stream by giving them a huge shout out. Thank you to them for everything that they do for the team. You can find their website at collectorsconnectionduluth.com or visit them if you're in that Duluth, Minnesota area for all of your TCG card sport needs. I'm joined tonight by SBO.
Hello.
And again, guys, happy Pokemon Day. Like I said, this tournament is going to by far be one of our largest that you are going to see on the year. There are 37 registered people right now. Not all of them are going to have like decks that make per se. We're still kind of looking out to see exactly how many end up making the cut here, getting their deck list submitted. But it looks like it's going to be a huge night. That's why we went ahead and got everything started to see. So pairings for round one are up. There are 17 tables out here tonight. We had to actually add tables right before the start of the stream to make sure that we had room for everybody. So let's see what we're looking at, SBO. I am looking over the matchups, and I will let you know where we want to go. We've got Lucas and Evan.
I'm going to be going around and doing judge calls and checking everyone's setup. So I'm going to mute you for a minute, and I'll be with you in a moment.
Let's see. So that is Hydro Pump for Elias. And Ghouls, I think Ghouls is on Eggmill tonight. So SVO probably wouldn't mind commentating over that. Hunter and Chucky, that's a really interesting one. Obviously, Lee and Count. We see Lee and Count pretty often, though, on stream, so I do want to give some people a couple of chances tonight to get on who are newer. I think that, and we haven't seen Ghouls in quite a while, I'll go ahead and jump to this like Ghouls and Elias matchup on table 10, and we can take a look over the metagame and stuff while I'm getting set up for that. So let me pop over there, chat, real quick. Let's go to our table 10. All right, and we have both players setting up. We've got, let's see, get them set up here. Ghouls and Elias. And round one timer is right at 43 minutes, so I'll go ahead and fire that off for you guys too. All right, let's get our player names up in here. Ghouls. And thank you to SBO for this awesome new layout that the team is using now. He cooked this up over a weekend, and I, for one, am so happy to have it. It makes my life a lot easier just sorting through and clicking. You put everything in one nice, easy spot to find. So we've got grass for Ghouls. We've got water for Elias. Like I said, it looked like Hydro Pump, a fairly standard Hydro Pump deck from what I could see. I'll take a look back over it real quick one more time. We've got Wailmer, Wailord, Sobble, Drizzile, Inteleon, Frostmoth. Frigibax, Artibax, and Baxcalibur with the Kyogre and the Articuno from Roaring Skies. That does take the additional prize card if it is able to swing and take a knockout. So that could very well come up in this matchup. There are quite a good bit of low HP Pokemon on Ghouls' side. Most notably that Bidoof, obviously. 30 HP. Little guy. So let's get these guys trimmed up a little bit better so that you guys can see a little bit more of the board state. Let's see. Alrighty. So it looks like Ghouls is going first here. We see a Nest Ball being played. We've got a Execute in the starting block for him. So he'll be looking to get this board established. Going to check to see, obviously, what major Pokemon have been prized. Obviously, the Egg Mill deck relies heavily on its Pokemon in order to set up the lock strategy that it intends to pull off. See, I can get those actually pulled up for you guys as the night goes on. Let you guys see exactly what we're looking at. Welcome back,
good and muted now. Looks like everybody's setups are good to go. We did have 1 or 2 players accidentally submit TCG live lists thinking that we were playing on live. So, but I don't think that was very many. So maybe we're just losing 1 or 2 people in the first round. We should still have at least 30 participants that are genuinely playing for these prizes tonight. So this is really sick.
That is awesome. Glad to have you back in, E, after doing the cam checks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the type of game I want to see round 1,
I knew it was. I figured it would be, so I figured we'd start here. You can give us some good expert gameplay. I'll give us some cool cards up on screen, and it should be a good
I'll tell you what's going on here is it looks like Ghouls' opponent is actually playing the biggest Budew imaginable. He's playing the playmat Super Budew.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what it does, but it looks pretty sick.
I figured you would like that as well.
Dude, I got to get my hands on that playmat. I didn't even know that one existed.
You grass heads.
And we're seeing that new Pokepad. Such a great card to have in Egg Mill, especially since the cut is Evo Soda. And, of course, Evo Soda doesn't get you basics, and it doesn't get you Roserade, which is often the most important evolution to be getting out besides Grottle. So getting that change from Evo Soda to Pokepad is a huge help for the list for sure.
Yeah, the Roserade, often the engine that most grass decks will rely on. I have seen some that are running, obviously, the Beautifly line that just kind of draw cards in turbo through the deck. But even some of them are running the Roserade line. It's just such a powerful card, being able to search out any Pokemon, or I'm sorry, any card on evolution in your deck.
Yeah.
So it's just
an insane effect.
Yeah. Yeah, Charlie, the grass heads, the control heads, the egg mill heads, whatever you want to call those
Ghouls
guys.
is definitely a grass head. I actually don't have too much allegiance to grass and the grass Pokemon. I just like playing control. So tell me a little bit about this water list that we're looking at. I haven't gotten a chance to get caught up to speed. He's
full on hydro pump. It looks like from what I can tell. You got all the main players in there. The Frigibax, the Baxcalibur line is there. The Kyogre is there. The Articuno from Roaring Skies, so the double prize Articuno is in the list. So that's a kind of a pop up threat. But other than that, it's pretty stock.
It's going to be a couple issues for Ghouls in this matchup then, because Ghouls did cut the Shaman for 7th energy today, and you know what? This first round could be seeing him get punished for that choice. That Kyogre can snipe Vileplume or something similar for a lot of damage. The extra prize Articuno also pretty great in the matchup when you see Pokemon like that Execute or the Budew that have very low HP. They are prone to getting scammed if he can get into his energy accelerators quick enough.
And I don't know exactly who Elias is. I don't believe that we've seen them before in any of our online events, but seeing this bling tells me that they definitely are here and ready to play tonight.
Oh yeah, they know what's going on. And it looks like they are opting to play the Rapid Strike Sobble combination, which is I think a hallmark of the old guard of Hydro Pump at this point. You know, we've seen people like Trevor Redding play the Rapid Strike engine as sort of the basics of choice. Harkening back to some GLC staples of 2022 and 23. And it looks like Ghouls is off to the races. Holy smokes, he does have the Evolution Incense in hand, which is why he was able to play that Pokepad last turn. Hopefully nothing too fishy is prized. Looks like he's going through the lines of what he wants to get this turn. Obviously, we'd love to see a Grottle, get a Roserade, and Roserade for something like Guzman Hala or Lily's Determination could really see an explosive second turn here.
Yeah, so you think we're looking for Roserade on this turn, E?
I think so, ideally,
there's
unless he's got what
Growl.
he wants in hand. And there's the Roserade.
Yep.
Obviously, we don't know what he has in hand, but I think something here like either just a Lilies to see a bunch of new cards, or something like a Guzma and Hala to try to get into an item lock guaranteed would be really sweet. And it looks like we might actually be going for a supporter lock here this turn. Wow. Recognizing that might be hard to get the execute out of the active spot. So perhaps a supporter lock can be just as damaging.
Yeah, I put the Roserade up on the screen for chat to see, but if he's going early
And he does
supporter
have the
lock,
Lilies in hand. That's fantastic. So using Rosary to get the energy down, playing Lilies, saying that he's much more likely to find the Executor or a way into it off the Lilies rather than an energy. But we do have a chance to whiff here. We've used Pokepad, we've used Evolution Incense, so the only ways he has to find this Executor are hitting it raw or hitting something like an Ultra Ball or a Turffield Stadium. So this could be a risky gambit. Of course, at worst, he could just retreat into Budu as well, and that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
yeah, jamming water up from playing their item cards is a big deal.
It
a lot
is.
of
Blocks
water's
that
power
important rare
comes from
candy.
those items. Yeah,
Yep.
especially the Hydro Pump deck. You're right.
It is. And, you know, when you're using Drizzile and Inteleon, a lot of times you want to get Pokemon search items off of that. And if you can't, the potency of that engine definitely comes down a touch.
Well, we hit the...
Yeah, we see Roserade, the Sawsbuck come down for a little draw.
Yep.
But with Artisan, at least we know that we have the access to the Budu here.
Yep.
And he is choosing to thin it out of the deck rather than see one more card first. That's fair, I suppose.
Yeah,
I think I might have drawn first just to see what I get before committing to my line, but very small choice either way. And we do see that beautiful new illustration rare Ichipollen Budu. What a great card.
I can actually pull that full art up. It is a beautiful new
let's see
card
that
from
in all of
Ascended
its
Heroes.
glory.
There
Holy
it
smoke.
is, chat. Awesome new Budu printed in Ascended Heroes. One of the new full arts. Now Ghouls is playing the Japanese version. We over here at Team Turboblaze believe in get it first. Get it in Japanese. So
Looks like we just lost a card there, but easy fix. Yeah, the Japanese illustration rares are beautiful, man. They look just as good, if not even slightly better, and they're a fraction of the price. They come out a little sooner.
Yep.
What's not to love?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what we've got in hand on Elias's side after this absolutely monstrous turn 2.
It has been a big turn for Ghouls, for sure.
And we see him get rid of even the Cynthia and Caitlyn. He must have great cards in hand if that's what we're getting rid of here. I assume that he's going to be getting that Oddish to also start pressuring that Oddish line to evolve up. Especially with access to Rare Candy or Forest of Vitality, it's not impossible that we could see him starting to go for Torterra in the next turn or two. Obviously, without losing a prize, it's going to take him 2 turns to energize it. But yeah, this is putting on a lot of pressure.
Exactly where Ghouls wants to be, getting that board developed, and there is that Ichipollen, putting on the immediate item lock and 10 damage onto this Remoraid.
Oh, and we do see the Octillery. It's going to get stuck in the active, but...
scary.
Oh, and a pass! No? He's
Artisan.
using the Artisan. Sorry.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, I got really scared for
I
a
did
second.
too for a
At least
second.
he
I
can use
did
the Artisan
too. But when he flipped the
get
deck
maybe
over
a
and started
Frigibax
searching.
in play.
Yeah.
Good lord. So I think he's debating, does he take the Snom Frigibax or does he start setting up the Whalmer and maybe just start attaching to it by hand? Obviously, this is a slow game, so he's going to have time, even if he doesn't have Rain Dance, to start getting energy on it. And it looks like that's the line he's opting to go for here. I don't hate that. Now, the real problem is going to be getting this Octillery out of the active spot, right? We have stuff like Floatstone and Guzma, but there's not too many of them, and you don't want to commit your Drizzile to just Floatstone. That wouldn't feel too great. I know I would hate to be in his shoes. If you haven't played against item lock very much, it's not a common effect in GLC like it is in standard. If you haven't played against item lock, it's going to be so much harder to know what you're supposed to get off of that shady dealings when you can get pretty much anything you want. When so many of those options go offline, how do you know what's the best one to do?
Now, that being said, a card like Lily's does make it a little bit easier.
Hey, Lily's is not too bad. Just C8, and hopefully we get a couple Pokemon and a couple energy. Yep. So he is going to commit the reversal down. I think that's a great call. You just want to be attaching every single turn here.
And then also having the raw Drizzile to be able to go and get the Lilies is a big,
lucky.
Big deal. Yep.
Yeah, a lot of times when you get item locked, you might not be able to find the Drizzile, and you're just completely shut out of the game. Did he give the full 8 cards? I don't think he did. I think he only got 7 there. Yep, he gets 1 more. And we're back to ghouls. So looks like nothing great was found off of that. Must have been no basic Pokemon. Hopefully he got some energy and supporter for the following turn.
Yep. That's exactly what I was sitting here thinking.
Now the engine's off to the races, right? We've got the Sawsbuck and the Grottle here. Ghouls is going to be able to start building this board up so much faster than his opponent is able to. And I could definitely see this snowballing very, very quickly as long as he can find the energy attachment to Grottle this turn. We do see the Gloom come down. The Gloom, if you don't know, has a really great ability that on a coin flip can let Ghouls look at his opponent's hand, getting a lot of valuable information that way about how to proceed.
What's the name of it? I'll pull it up. The
something scent, like sweet blooming scent. I don't know. I definitely made that up. We do see a head, so we get to look at that hand, and we've got Guzma and a whole lot of junk. We've got 4 items there. Sorry, 5 items. Guzma, Basculegion, and Arctibax. That's a completely dead hand. The only thing that could happen here is that he plays Guzma and tries to trap the Gloom. With the Floatstone committed, Ghouls is going to have to watch out for that and make sure that Gloom doesn't get stuck and put him out of item lock for a turn.
Yeah, so the Irresistible Aroma on Gloom will give Ghouls hand knowledge on head flips as long as that bench isn't full from Elias.
Yep. Yeah, it's such a great effect because in a control deck like this, you'd love to find space for a card like Erica's Invitation or Target Whistle to get bad Pokemon into play to trap. Yep. But it's so hard to find a cut for that. Well, your middle stage just does it for free. What could be better than that?
Exactly.
Another card to talk about while we have a bit of downside is that Stealthy Hood. You might not be familiar with that card in Eggmill. This is a pretty new addition. An idea that I had a couple months ago that Ben Morse also independently came to the same idea. It's really good in the Psychic matchups, particularly because it can block the effect of abilities such as Wobbuffet or Garbotoxin, or even something like Dusk Noir or Monkey Dory or Giratina that deals damage. So just an interesting tech card that can block the effects of a lot of random abilities that could make your life worse. In this matchup, not super helpful, so we're just committing it to the Rosary to get it out of play. We are going to see another Itchy Pollen and pass. Now, worth noting, the Octillery is weak to grass.
Yep.
So that's going to be putting him on a little bit of a clock on this Octillery. It's possible it could get knocked out. Maybe that's something he wants. I have to imagine it's probably not.
It's almost weird. It's like the dice on it is showing like 30? Is that?
Yes, because the Remoraid was hit the first time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Yep. In fact, I had a game literally just earlier this week against Count where this exact scenario came up. I was actually trapping him to deck him out with Budu, and he evolved into the higher retreat cost Octillery in order for it to die faster, putting me on a clock to find my parallel city before I accidentally killed his Octillery, which was pretty interesting.
Yeah, and that was another matchup that I had looked at, eyed it over. Lee and Count playing, obviously, so that's
Hmm.
a big one. But like I had said, this Elias player, I'd never heard of them, so I wanted to give them, some more community members a little shine. Thought it was cool. Haven't
Okay,
seen
so we
Ghouls
do
in a
see
couple
the
weeks.
energy on Articuno. This is really exciting.
Yep.
So he's going to be able to put a Pokemon to sleep. Definitely the right choice on the Gloom. That's the highest retreat cost in play here. So if he can get this sleep, and if Ghouls doesn't find a way to get it out of the active spot, he's going to maybe just be forced to evolve into Vileplume and just leave it in harm's way, which is not super great.
And so here
Wow.
is this Articuno chat from Roaring Skies, I believe it was that I read a minute ago. Yes, Articuno from Roaring Skies has the ancient trait where if it does take a knockout, it takes an additional prize card. So in a singleton format, a single prize format, being able to skip prizes is a huge deal. Big comeback mechanic, or even just something to run your opponent out of the board.
Mm-hmm.
You see a lot more of that these days. These ancient trait Pokemon are running around rampant in the format.
Yeah, it's really exciting seeing older cards like that see sort of new light, especially with the introduction of technical machines over the last year or two.
Yep.
And just new developments in the meta where taking extra prizes and racing that way has become more of a strong effect now that the format's become faster and more consistent.
So we did see a tail split from Ghouls, right?
Yeah, and it looks like we're just going to have to leave Gloom in the active. It looks like he's going to be whiffing the item lock this turn. That's exactly what he needed. He has so many items that... Oh, no. Sorry, that was not a sleep flip. That was a Gloom flip.
Yep.
My apologies. I spoke too soon.
Yep. So Gloom just grabbing some more hand knowledge from that irresistible aroma. No basics there.
And we are going to see Arvin, but without a switching item and without that float stone, which has already been committed. I think that the best that we're going to be able to hope for is that he has Vileplume in hand.
Yeah,
otherwise we're going to be
search, like you said.
Yeah, we're going to be in trouble if that Vileplume is prized right now. And it is going to be Netball for the grass energy. I'm sure he's going to be putting that on his grotto here.
Yeah, you would imagine for sure.
Before he evolves into Vileplume is what I'd love to see. Hopefully he has it.
And one thing that can be said for sure on Elias' side is even though they don't have like a totally explosive board, we have seen the Drizzile be evolved up. We do have a whale with that reversal energy, so if Ghouls ever does decide to take the aggression, then it's a pretty easy response from E's side.
It is. He's set himself up in a way where Ghouls can't maybe go quite as hard as he would like.
There's the Vileplume SBO, so did have it in hand.
But he only has two ways to get it out of the active spot now. He needs to find Guzma or Mallow and Lana.
Yep.
And he's got no way to tutor them out. No Pokegear, no Roserade. So this might be exactly what Elias needs to take some time on his end to prep his board for this Torterra and make sure that he's got enough juice to survive the onslaught. We do see this Artisan really giving Elias a lot of more value than it gave Ghouls. Obviously, it got that ever-important Budu, but
the
cost of giving Elias a whole new lease on life. And unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be another pass. He doesn't have access to items, so the hand is just too clogged to draw forward with Octillery. And now we're just on a clock. Will Ghouls be able to draw into a switch supporter first? Or will Elias be able to get another draw supporter on his end and get out of this mess?
Here is that Vileplume.
Oh! And here comes that gross execute, the Executor. If Ghouls is able to find something like a Guzma here, he could end the game almost on the spot with the Tool Jammer in hand.
Yeah. Yep, exactly.
We do see the attachment to the Executor with Tool Jammer in hand. Yeah, we're literally just one Guzma away from pretty much the game ending on the spot. Wow.
Don't have it, though. It looks like it's going to be another slow turn. Ghouls prepping well, maybe. Yep, just a pass. Okay. Heads, so it will wake up, but Elias will
Okay,
be
I have
able
a
to force
judge
to put
call.
it
I'll
back
be
to
back
sleep.
in 1 minute, guys.
Okay, sounds good. So Ghouls was able to roll heads there, waking itself up, the Vileplume. And there's the Vileplume on screen for you, chat. This is another huge part of the Egg Mill deck, being able to shut off items for both you and your opponent. And yeah, like SVO was saying, the Artisan sticking around for Elias under this item lock has allowed him now to establish an actual board presence. We see the Frigibax, and I believe that's the Snom on board. There's a little bit glare there. We do see a Arctibax now evolved into on Elias's side, so one more step closer to being able to rain dance with the Baxcalibur. Super cold. Gonna go ahead and attach to that Arctibax as well, realizing that that may be an attacker that he has to utilize a little bit down the line. It does hit nice numbers of 130. This Vileplume, of course, 130 HP. So I don't know that ideally you would want to put your super cold Pokemon on the line for the knockout on this Vileplume. But again, as SBO laid out, we're basically on a clock here. If Ghouls can just somehow get into Gust.
Oh, that's a luxurious
That's a
cape.
cape.
Good lord.
Yep.
Now, I'm just curious. Let me take a look at the list here. What I'd love to see is, does Elias play that Hex Maniac? Let's have a look here. Hex Maniac's a big card that you have to watch out for when you're in situations like this and you're only item locking with Vileplume and not Venomoth and Budew.
Right. There's the Guzma.
Okay.
So we have it, E.
Yeah, and I think okay, Elias does play Hex Maniac, but just as I ask about it, it is now off the table because or no, he's actually not going for the he's going for the Torterra.
Yep.
And I think that's perfectly reasonable too. I'm sure in a time tournament like this, there's a pretty high likelihood that with how poorly the board is developed on Elias's side, that by taking out the Whalmer here, Elias is just not going to be able to deal the 290 damage needed to take out this Torterra.
Yep. I do agree that that is probably a good line of thinking for Ghouls for this point.
Yeah.
About
and
18 minutes left in the round.
So Elias is going to have to find, I think, the Hex Maniac here so that he can play out his items and actually get started. I know that he's sitting on a lot of stuff like Scoop Up Net, Field Blower, Evolution Incense, and if he could get that Hex to just play them out, he might be able to dig himself out, but I have to admit I don't feel super confident about his prospects. We do see the Sleep maybe coming in clutch here.
Yeah, that Articuno has put in work this game in terms of just kind of buying some time. Let's see. Some early results in. Lonnie taking down Yeezus.
Yeah, unfortunately, Lonnie's opponent was a TCG Live player. He did not have a webcam setup, so that one's not a real result. I'm afraid to report.
Mickey over Ryan, Thad over Ron. That's probably a real result.
Yep, that is. Yep.
Let's see. Spooky taking a round 1 loss. So all of the other Blazers, though, out there on the board, still up for grabs in terms of their games at the moment.
Absolutely.
Lee playing Dragon this week, trying to defend the badge.
Yep.
Against Count. Count's playing what? Ping Innocently, it looks like.
I think he's playing his new Turbo Empoleon deck, which is a little different from Ping Innocently. He's got a very turbo engine with the Empoleon that gets itself back from the discard pile.
Yeah.
And Inteleon is sort of very cheap recursion. We do see the Ghouls does flip tails on the Sleep, so this Torterra may not be able to attack this turn.
Ugh.
But he is going to be able to play Guzma and get Lusamine to get back Guzma for the following turn to avoid this nightmare.
Yep. But then
Yeah, I think
again,
Cynthia and
you
Caitlin.
you
Yep.
play Guzma and you're gonna have this fate again down the line,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
absolutely. I'm sure that he's going to be trying to gun for a Pokemon like that Snom maybe to avoid any shenanigans, or maybe even the Drizzile to minimize his chances of getting out of this one.
He's playing quick though now, isn't he?
Oh,
He's
he
in his
is.
loop now. Like he's ready to roll at this point with the board
He knows
developed
what's up.
and knows what's going on, knows his outs to taking down this game. So
And that's one of the things I love about Eggmill as a deck is obviously when you're losing an Eggmill, there are some very, very narrow lines to win. But when you're winning as Eggmill, I mean, it's like so free. You can just
oh,
go, draw
another
for turn,
tails.
play the card, swing. It's great. We do see another Sleep Tails. Oh my gosh, but he does have the Guzma. So we have to ask whether or not we use it this turn. I think he's going to want to. He does have Cynthia and Caitlin in hand to get back Lusamine and Lusamine to get back Guzma. So
Probably
he
just
can't
chase
get
down
destroyed by this forever.
the Drizzile here, obviously, right? No,
I think that he's debating. I mean, there's an argument for both. I
what
would
is the
have
Pokemon
to
on the
guess.
other side? Snom? Is that what I?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would have to guess that he's wanting to take out the Snom just in case that something weird happens, like Hex Maniac, get a bunch of items, Frostmoth, Kyogre the Vileplume, or just some nonsense like that.
Mm-hmm.
So just minimizing the chance of nonsense happening here. And we are going to go down 3 prizes remaining, so this sleep is going to need to put in a lot of work. It's going to be another Tails. Get some new dice, Ghouls. Come on. And we are getting near the bottom of the deck. Of course, that's no problem for a deck like Eggmill when you can play Team Yell's Cheer to replenish your deck at will. It looks like he is going to do Cynthia and Caitlin. Going to count the deck, make sure he doesn't deck out. I don't think I want to draw forward with Cynthia and Caitlin. I don't think you need to. Looks like he's going to choose to, though. Take back Lusamine, I'm sure. Yep. Thinking about Guzma. Maybe he knows he has Yell Cheer in hand, thinks Guzma's a little better.
A little bit more proactive, right?
Yep, that seems okay with me. He can play Guzma next turn, and then he can play Yell Cheer the following turn to get back Cynthia and Caitlin, Lusamine, Guzma.
Yep.
We are finally going to get rid of that Artisan for Turffield Stadium. Just having a peek at the rest of his resources here.
Yeah, that
Looks like a
Artisan
good one
put in
to
a
me.
lot of work for Elias, like I was mentioning when you were on that judge call.
Yeah, it's such an unfortunate card to play early game in Eggmill because as nice as it is to get yourself some basic Pokemon, typically under item lock, it's benefiting your opponent more than it is you even.
Mm-hmm.
We do get the wake up this time, so that's going to be the end of this Articuno shenanigans, and I think Elias has got to be down for the count at this point.
Yep, I think so
He's
as
got
well.
nothing in his hand.
Yeah, Ghoul's having a really great showing round 1 tonight.
Yeah, I mean, this is textbook Eggmill right here. If you get the item lock fast enough, your opponent just isn't even allowed to play. It's a one-player game.
So 12 and a half minutes left in the round. I think that's going to be it for this
And that's
one.
game.
Yep, Ghouls
Exciting.
takes down this round 1 pairing. Let's see.
Yep. Oh, and looking at the standings, it looks like while Ghouls does move on, it looks like our fellow Blazer Lee Hoffman has actually fallen to Count Sligo on his Turbo Empoleon deck.
Yep, I do see that.
Wow, I'd love to know how that went, because I know that that can be a tricky matchup at times, but maybe the big 160 HP of Empoleon coming in clutch. I don't know.
Chucky and Hunter coming down to the wire. Hunter on Psychic and Chucky on Psychic as well. I know Chucky said that he was not feeling the best tonight, so he would like to kind of have a little bit of a breather off the get-go where he didn't have to worry about everyone being in the table right off the rip. So we'll let him finish out that first round. We can check in on... there's a handful that we can look at. We can go and look at Evan and Lucas on 16. Want to check that for a little bit?
I think that'd be a great idea. Let's see what they got.
Yeah, Lee in the chat said 1 energy attacker is better than 3 energy attackers, unfortunately for him in that game.
Yeah, it definitely is. If you're able to loop those 1 energy attackers, the Palathin, the Misty Starmie, and even the Cramorant with a little bit of damage help as a 0 energy attacker, the deck is definitely able to operate on a lower resource count than Dragobox is.
All right, so we've got...
Looks like we got an exciting Psychic Mirror match here. Looks like the prize count is still pretty high for how late in the game this is. I know these Psychic Mirrors can take a while. Looks like we got Mimikyu up, but I can't imagine it's copying anything, and it sure isn't. It looks like we're going to see a Mimikyu blindside here. Very funny. And I have to imagine we're taking out that Curlia. Yep, get out of here. I think that's one of the greatest parts of the TMs is I know we talk a big game about using Natu to get the extra prize off the TMs, but you know, there's many games I play of Psychic where just putting the TMs on whatever happens to have energy on it is enough to get me the turn that I need. Whether that be Crisis Punch on a random Pokemon, or in this case, even Blindside on a random. He gets a valuable KO, and even though he's only taken 1 prize, I think the board state is well worth it. That said, that is putting him in range of that Blacephalon 3 prize turn. So if we're able to get into the Blacephalon here, we could see him possibly take out the Monkey Dory, maybe sprinkle a little damage somewhere else, and that Mimikyu will be pretty helpless to respond. Not feeling super good for Lucas, though. Evan's board is just looking so strong. He has got the Xatu, Malamar, Gallade, and the Monkey Dory with the energy. So he's got every single engine piece alive that he could possibly want.
Yeah, I know Evan and Chucky decided tonight to take a stab at Psychic with kind of a little bit of a newer version of Z-Man's list. They took Z-Man's BDIF, as he calls it, the Monkey Tina. Very, very prevalent deck in the meta. Awesome deck piloted by both Z-Man and Brooke English to great results every time that they're out on the tables.
Well, absolutely.
So definitely was in trying to preserve what is, and I didn't even mention that to you tonight, chat. The stakes for tonight have never been higher. Chucky has got on the line a full art in from his Destined Rivals 3K deck that he has offered up for prizing tonight. And for those of you who do not know, ends around $100 card. So the prizing tonight could not be more dramatic. So Chucky and Evan both deciding, hey, let's play some strong types to try to defend the honor of Chucky's wallet.
Yeah, absolutely. I tell you what, there's no 3K for a special set like Ascended Heroes, but this is feeling like some 3K level stuff going on here tonight, just with the amount of people, the amount of top talent, seeing people even like Castella come out of the woodwork. I see Bruno Neves is spectating a table right now. A lot of the grippers are in the tables right now. There's some pretty serious competition on the floor tonight. Whoever takes it home tonight is going to have a real tournament to brag about.
Metagame chat for anyone who is curious. We do have 10 Psychic decks in the house tonight. 5 Dragon, 5 Water, 4 Grass, 3 Lightning, 2 Colorless, 2 Dark, 1 Fighting, and 1 Metal, rounding out the list.
And I think that's been pretty emblematic of the vibe of the room, right? Coming into this format, Fighting was really putting itself as a strong number 2 behind Psychic, and it seems that as people have learned RDT's tricks and maybe adapted their deck to deal with it a little better, whether that be with Cresselia, Bench Barrier, or other things like that, Rough Seas, seems like people have figured out their way around the Fighting matchup, and now the Fighting players aren't feeling as confident with that as a pick going forward.
Yeah, and that's why RDT was so special when we did take it into Akron the first time was we almost made that calculated risk that we weren't going to see a whole lot of Bench Barrier. We had the tools in there, obviously, to deal with it if we did, but we definitely were not expecting Cresselia. That card was seeing 0 play at the time. So that was a card completely set out to tech RDT.
Yep.
But yeah, since it's shown its head now, and it is a card that is in the meta more prevalent because of RDT, then players are, aware, and they have routes to deal with that spread game plan that the rocks put on to the Psychic board before.
Yeah, absolutely. It's super exciting to just see how metas evolve when people bring out surprising new decks like RDT and then surprising counters like Cresselia to beat it. There's always that pull of, do you play the thing that's known? Do you counter the thing that's known? Or do you just try something weird, something new?
So Lucas does take a prize that turn, goes to 4. And Evan is still on 3 prize turn, so we'll need to deal with this Blacephalon in order to avoid further board disruption. Lucas has set a lot of these Pokemon up for blindside plays. Is the blindside available to Lucas still? Do we know?
I don't recall. I know that Evan has used his,
Evan
but
used his.
I
Yep.
haven't seen the blind side since spectating.
Yes, I agree. Cool.
And I have to guess, given the amount of prizes taken, that he probably has not used his blind side yet.
Yep.
We do have to watch out. Of course, Evan does have Monkey Dory, so if he's able to put 3 damage on the Xatu, that could remove a Strange Timepiece play. We did see them playing the Strange Timepiece. Looks like he's going to just opt to put it on the Mew instead. I think that's a pretty safe line, too. Mew only has 60 HP, so that's putting it in a clear range of just one more Adrenaline Brain taking a free prize card.
Yep. And Gallade's going to be able to take this knockout, so you're going to be able to get off of the Blacephalon turn, obviously. You have a Giratina laying
in that Raihan onto the Gallade.
Oh, yeah.
Smart play putting it on the Gallade and not the Monkey Dory, right? Because if Dimension Valley goes away, Gallade is going to lose its energy. So he actually wants to put it on the Gallade so that he can just put the Dark on the Monkey Dory, preserving 2 energy on the Gallade. So
yeah.
Great awareness on the sequencing there from Evan.
Huge heads up. This Swirling Slice is going to obviously swirl that Dark energy back to Monkey Dory, like SBO's saying. And then if Dimension Valley is countered next turn, then Evan is just a 1-turn attachment away from still being able to attack.
Yep, it's those little decisions that you might not think about until it's the next turn and you realize, oh, shoot, I can't attack.
Yeah.
And we do see him prepping his Blacephalon as well. Not good. Lucas is only 1 prize away from getting hit with this Blacephalon plus Monkey Dory for quite a lot of damage. I think he's gonna have a hard time climbing back from this one. I'm taking a look at the results. It looks like a lot more rounds are coming in here. We do see Capin wins his first game.
Nice.
It's pretty exciting to see. Looks like
Chucky and Hunter still out.
Still going at it.
Yep.
Yeah. Looks like it's a tight game there.
You want to go check that table for us and give me like a prize count update?
Let me pop my head in and see how they're doing here.
Sweet. We'll see if Evan can close out.
Looks like it looks like Hunter, is playing Garbobox. He's got 2 prizes left. He does have the Garbotoxin and Frillish in play right now.
Ooh.
On the other hand, it looks like Chucky only needs 1 more prize to win. He's currently swinging with Xatu.
Uh-oh.
He does have Giratina on the bench, though, with 2 energy on it. So it looks like he's going to be in the driver's seat. It's going to be up to Hunter to try to find a way to stop the onslaught and not lose that final prize. Both players ability locked. Not looking like they have too many options here. Man, this is going to be a nail biter, but I definitely think that Chucky's going to be favored into this one, just on the prize count alone and the board states here.
Lucas still trying to dig out of this turn after Evan was able to knock out the Blacephalon.
Mm-hmm.
We do have that 2 prize card lead, but we know that with Psychic and the blind side loaded up here that this is going to be taking a knockout, and we're going to be evening up this prize trade. He's going to skip over the Blacephalon turn. But he's not going to deal with the Gallade at hand. Probably targets the... Like, what's the Monkey Dory here? SBO, you think that's the target?
Oh, yeah, I would have to imagine. I mean, the Monkey Dory is just gonna clean house on that Mew if left unchecked.
But then you leave Evan here, and this is an interesting spot.
It is.
Xatu is Psychic weak. It will have 1 energy on it after this swing. There goes the monkey. So this Xatu cannot be cleaned up by another Xatu without the monkey established. We do have the Natu on board. It could be scoop up netted from Evan's side. I know they're playing scoop up net over the timepiece now. For the moment.
Still spectating Chucky's game here. Chucky just played energy retrieval. He now has 3 energy on his Xatu, 3 energy on his Giratina, and another energy waiting in the hand. So I think that he's going to be able to weather the storm here and clutch it out. But we'll have to wait and see.
SBL, let's start calling time on tables that are still open.
Yeah, I did. This is round 1, so they do have a 5-minute extension past the timer, but I am going to go around and remind people they still have a few minutes just in case they get nervous.
Perfect.
So I'll be right back.
Yep. Yeah, I didn't know. Someone said that was built in last week. I think Chucky had built it into last week's tournament, so I can give chat another 4.5 minutes here. That way they know our players are not past time. Perfect. There you go, chat. 10 of you guys hanging out with me right now, me and SPO. We definitely thank you guys for stopping by. Happy Pokemon Day, as we have said earlier on in the stream. We are very excited to be in the middle of this round. What happened? Did Evan... Was Natu able to take the knockout? Did I miss something? Let's see what the reporting was, chat. They will have to have that reset, but Evan can take care of that. Players definitely did not tie in that matchup. We did see Ghouls take down round 1. Chucky and Hunter obviously still in the midst of a battle there on their table.
Do have an exciting development. Hunter was able to find Lux Cape on his Iron Boulder.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it turns out that this Giratina is going to be, if my math is correct, not able to take a KO on this Iron Boulder without a little bit of help. He's going to be 30 damage off, and Hector only needs 1 more prize card to win, so
Hunter.
Chucky's going to have to find a way to do some damage or find a field blower while also... or just make his hand unable to be matched. So tall order here. Holy smokes.
We're on 1 prize apiece. I'm going to take the names off, guys.
Did Evan's game conclude then?
Yeah, Evan's game did conclude. Evan was able to take a knockout. It looked like, I was fixing something on the overlay, and I looked up, and Natu was in the active, and Evan was explaining a KO scenario, I think. So, I don't know exactly. Natu's 40 HP, but it had 1 energy on it. Evan would have been swinging for 10? Or is it 10 plus?
Natu does 10 for each energy on the opponent's active Pokemon.
So it only would have been doing 20, I think. I could have missed...
Now, was this Natu attacking into Natu?
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
So I have to imagine that Evan must have boosted the damage either. That is weak to Psychic, of course, but maybe with a little bit of Monkey Dory math to help out.
Like I said, I definitely missed it. Like I was
Yeah.
looking at the overlay, and as soon as I looked up, it was over. So
Yeah.
it was overlaid.
Oh man, this is such a crazy game.
He didn't get it, did he?
No, it looks like we whiffed some hand match. He's just swinging with 0 cards in hand, and he's going to just have to hope that Hunter can't play out every card in his hand and go down to 0 himself. Oh, this is such a nail biter. It's 1 prize to 1 prize.
Yep, we're on the table
Looks
right
like
now.
Hunter is sitting
looking
on
in.
a Lily's in hand, so I don't think he's going to be able to get down to 0. I think that Chucky might be able to take this unless Hunter is able to play this Lilies and then play out all 6 of the cards that he gets off of Lilies. He's going to be out for the count.
That would be crazy if we saw that, by the way.
Yeah. So I'm going to keep tabs on this, and then this is the last game of our round 1.
We're here with you.
Okay, lovely. Oh, and we do see a tropical beach. He doesn't really want to play that. Oh no, he can play that because he does have the energy for Boulder in hand. Gosh, and so few cards in deck. He has to know what he has in deck because he just looked, and I'm sure he's thinking to himself, "What are the odds that I don't draw into any supporters or anything like that?"
Yeah,
he's probably thinking they're pretty low.
There's Tom. So if he has literally,
so my guess is if I was him, I wouldn't play out anything here. I wouldn't play that beach out. I wouldn't do nothing. I would just Lilies.
Yep.
And try to draw into an energy and beach.
Exactly.
Oh no.
Yeah,
total wrong frequency because now if he draws into an energy, he is done for.
You're right.
Or a stadium.
Yep, good calls, E. Perfect calls. Now if he draws into a stadium, an energy, or a supporter card, it's game over. And he has
so few cards in deck. That one card that he left in deck has to be Rhyhunter. He loses. Yeah, he has too many supporters. He is just done. He has nothing. Wow. That's a pass, and that's going to be a good game for Chucky in round 1.
Good job, Chucky.
Chucky is going to be just by the bell, keeping a hold onto his prized N.
Nice.
Very exciting. So let me reset that match, and then we are going to get going very quickly here into round 2.
Yeah, we're looking at a big tournament tonight, like I said, chat, so we definitely are going to try to keep the rounds pumping as quickly as we can get them restarted. So bear with us just a few minutes. Let SBO hit all the buttons on his end, and we will be ready to go with
round. And we are going to pair the next round here. Best of luck, everybody.
All right. So we have Ghouls and Blooms, Chucky and Pat, Lonnie and Daisy.
Here. Yeah, we have Chucky and Pat. We got Mickey and Count. Looks like Evan is playing Chug Jack Gaming. So we got a lot of people here want to know that we can look at. Lonnie's got a partner now. So if you see a matchup that looks like fun, we can go to it. Probably avoid Egg Mill 2 games in a row here.
Yeah, let's go give. I guess probably let's just go give like Evan and Chug some love.
Sure. Let's take a look at Chudjack is playing RDT.
Yeah.
So this will be a good match. Our only fighting player in the tournament. See how he fares against the onslaught of Psychic.
Yeah, poor guy. He was definitely going to run into it at some point tonight for sure. So like you said, we will see how they fare into this current meta. There's the pairings, chat. Sorry I didn't pull you away from the table with me. Like I said, we got Pat. That's Reverse Hollow Pat from the server. And Chucky, Ghouls and Blooms, Lonnie and Daisy, Hoop and Thad, and Chud Jack and Evan. Mickey and Count, Georgie and LOL, Nathan and Sammy all at 1-0 along with Cap there. Haven't seen Evan turn his camera on just yet. Maybe something going on there with him. But we're eating into... Okay, there's Evan. Cool.
I absolutely love the Lego tower. It goes to show you, even if you don't have a fancy webcam or anything like that,
Oh yeah.
there are other ways to get around it, right?
Yeah, that's
You're
exactly what that is. You're so
creative, you can
right.
play webcam.
You are so right, SPO. That is so cool. Good catch.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it looks great. Like their
Yeah.
map, like everything else looks great.
Yep. Obviously, I'm sure it's no fun to play with a Lego stand in the middle of your board, but you know what? It works. Everything's visible,
For
so
sure.
we'll take it.
All right, let's get our names back up. Get those
Absolutely.
fixed. Let's see. It's CHUDJAK.
Yes.
Chudjak.
Looks like they also go by Rhyperior Rider
Oh, okay. Okay.
on Limitless. So yeah, they're just looks like they're playing a pretty stock list of RDT. Just going to do a quick scan to see if there's anything that jumps out at me. But on first glance, everything looks pretty normal.
New Pokepad in the list. Got that
Yeah,
in there.
we do see the. No, it doesn't look like he's playing Pokepad quite yet. So maybe hasn't gotten his hands on one or hasn't made that change yet.
Yeah. Now all our
Looking like
players.
it's just the same 60 from the 3K, just playing a slightly suboptimal Riolu. Everything else looks the same.
Cool.
And of course, on the other side, we do have Evan, who you saw in last round playing that Monkey Tina. Such a fun, flexible deck. One of my personal favorites to pick up and play anytime I'm testing or just getting friendly games with other people, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. At this point in time, we have, we have acknowledged the fact that this deck is everywhere.
Yeah, if
So
you're not prepared to play against Monkey Tina, you're not going to be winning a 3K. This is
exactly.
one of the default decks to run into in this format. It's been getting top cut since as long as 3Ks have been around.
Yep. Since as long as Monkey has been in the format for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see one funny card that we didn't see last game. It looks like Evan Wiki is playing Hugh, Sporter card Hugh. And if you don't know what Hugh does, I don't blame you.
Oh,
because
he
Hugh
told
was
me I
not
was gonna
even
have to look this card up for
Dude, because
everyone.
Hugh was not even good when it was out. This card has never been good. It says each player either draws or discards cards until they have 5 cards in their hand. So sort of a side grade to Zero-6 Machinations. Instead of just discarding from your opponent, maybe it can allow you to draw up a little bit. Of course, you have to watch out because you might be letting your opponent draw up too. But either way, it's going to let you hand match for Iron Boulder and maybe a little funnier than some conventional options like Judge.
Well, the conversation that I came in on today as I was getting ready to set everything up was I told him to play Marnie, and Evan said, "But
Yep.
I wanted to make you look up Hugh." So here it is, chat.
I mean,
There's Hugh for
I'm
everyone to
sure
see.
there are some scenarios where Hugh is better than Marnie, but I have to admit that on the whole, you should probably not be playing Hugh. But yeah, it's got the Monkey Dory list. It's got such a great tool bag of tricks. There's obviously that extra prize not to paired with the blind side and the strange timepiece.
Which I
You've
think the
got,
boys are playing Scoop Up Net. Like I said, I think that they had seen.
yep. Evan is playing both Strange Timepiece and Scoop
Both.
Up Net. I
Cool.
think Scoop Up Net is definitely superior, but you can play both. That's cool too.
Yep.
Strange Timepiece also pretty nice with Curlia. You can Gallade and then devolve into Curlia to get a little bit more draw if you need. And I don't hate that either. So we do see a pretty strong turn from Evan here, getting his Mew in the active spot to see some items, prepping that Mr. Mime to avoid any Tinglu shenanigans on turn 1 here. And let's see what Chudjack's got in response.
Instant BVIP. That's
a great thing to have.
Yep.
Let's see if we got some rocks. Hopefully nothing too bad was prized. I'm sure we're going to want to see a Soul Rock attack here with that bench barrier in play. Probably not going to be able to Tinglu unless he's got a really good hand for it. So we can get into that Soul Rock turn 1. I think that's a good spot to be in. Of course, if you're not familiar, Mew does resist fighting, but importantly, that Solrock's attack does ignore resistance, which is super relevant in the Psychic matchup.
And we'll have to see if there's a pivot into this along with the attachment.
Yep, we do need to see an energy and a tool like a U-turn board, floatstone, or similar.
This is the Riolu start. It's the only other blue guy that I know in the list, right?
Yep, that is the Riolu start, and it is a one retreat cost Riolu. So he will not have the worst time getting it out of the active spot. Just depends on what we got. We do see the Guzman Hala, so I think it's almost guaranteed then that we'll see that Solrock attacking. Just got to figure out what 2 cards you're willing to discard here. Rescue Stretcher, and oh, he must have good cards because he's really agonizing over this one.
This is the inherent power of RDT. Just being able to hit fast.
And getting rid of the muscle band, I'm sure that wasn't an easy choice to make. But looks like he's already got it all planned out. He's going to take nice unit energy, Brooklet Hill, and U-turn board to go in with this Solrock turn 1.
Textbook.
Let's see it.
Right?
Come again?
Textbook, right? This is
it absolutely is.
Textbook RDT.
It absolutely is. When you're playing tag call, you're going to be opening Guzman Hala so many games, and it's a search supporter, so if you see Guzman Hala in hand, unless something weird happened with your prize cards, you know what's going to happen. We do see the Okidogi come down off the Brooklet Hill. Okidogi weak to Psychic, but thanks to the Focus Sash and just its raw numbers, honestly still a great attacker even in the Psychic matchup. Definitely hurts to have to use a special energy on this Solrock here, but you know what? I think it's worth it. We're going to kick this prize race off very, very quickly here. Getting rid of his draw engine, too. Hopefully Evan Wiki's got some good cards in his hand.
Yeah, because now you're staring down. You're on a pretty quick clock.
You are on a very quick clock. Every turn that he doesn't attack and swing back, he's losing a prize card. That's just how it is. And if he's not losing a prize card, he's giving his opponent time to set up things like Ting Lu, energies on Okidogi, even a Blood Moon or Saluna. So not stuff we like to see.
I wonder if the Curly was prized or if Evan just thought there was a chance, because we see the Pokepad played here. So either that came off the top or that was like held for this Natu.
Maybe if we have Psychic in hand.
She's not a valid attacker, really, is what scares me.
Yeah.
You don't want to be attacking with Natu right now. The board's not in a position where you can...
No, you'd be overextending yourself so much to go for something like a blindside here.
So this is first deck search for Evan, I think, based on...
Yeah, so...
Well, I mean, it can't be. He searched out Pokemon last turn.
So it looks like we are going to take that Xatu. Hopefully he has a Psychic in hand, but he doesn't have anything good to put it on.
Right.
Ought to just be on himself.
Is that Arvin?
Oh, looks like he does have Arvin, so he will get some better things to put it on. Awesome.
Battle Compressor.
So Battle Compressor for that sweet Tina.
Yep.
Some energy for Malamar 2 and a Battle VIP pass.
Beautiful.
That's fantastic.
Beautiful. That's why Evan took a second looking at the deck over that first turn, just playing out, knowing that he's going to play out these cards a little bit quicker.
This is great. And of course, he can bring out the Giratina now and still ping something like the Lunatone, even while he sets up to attack with Giratina, because RDT does not have any ways to heal that damage other than Scoop Up Net. So it's very likely that 10 damage could last the entire game and let him blindside much later.
Yeah, you're so right, Buffalo, in chat. The RDT, I mean, that's how we built it. We built it to hop off the bus and start asking questions.
Yes, sir. Yeah, RDT hits fast and it hits hard and it ignores resistance. All right, so we are going to see draw 2 with the Xatu. Can we find the Malamar? We're getting close to being able to attack this turn, but depends on him hitting the right cards off that Xatu. He does have the
Counter
counter
energy.
energy, so
Okay.
even without the Malamar, he's going to be able to clap back and get this Solrock off the field. That's the
Let's
exact
go.
response we needed to see.
Huge. No monkey established yet, but still
Yep,
have time
that's okay.
with
Right,
mine.
because what are we going to have to see here? We'd have to see Solrock with strong energy. We'd have to see Lucario, or we'd have to see Raihan on Okidogi. The options to swing back to this Giratina are not free.
Yeah, let me give you chat the Giratina here that Evan just swung with. Because it did come from discard pile. Things were flying all over the place.
Yeah, the Giratina is really an all-in-one package in Psychic, right? Of course, the most exciting part of it is that ability, Distortion Door. It lets Giratina come from the discard pile onto your bench whenever you would like. So it's an infinitely recoverable attacker. And when it goes to the bench using Distortion Door, you get to do 1 damage to 2 of your opponent's benched Pokemon,
Huge.
allowing him to set up some math with Monkey Dory, with Blindside, with Blacephalon, and what have you. Another great feature of Giratina is that attack. It does 3 for 130, which is a solid rate. But the best part is actually that it hits one of its own Pokemon for 4 damage. Sounds like a downside, but not if you're playing Monkey Dory. Now, we do see it looks like that Lucario is going to be able to clap back, but we're seeing the second Rainbow Energy committed. That's not great. Okidogi only has 1 more Rainbow Energy in the deck to use. So even though we're maintaining the prize race here, it's the RDT player. I'm not happy to see 2 Rainbow Energies down. No basic fighting found to draw. It seems like he's really on the back foot here.
Yeah, and John over in our YouTube chat saying, "Is this Lego tower to hold the camera up?" That's what SBO and I
Nope.
presume it. That's exactly what it's there for. I told him in chat, I was like, "Yeah, people have no excuse after me seeing this to
That's
skip
exactly
out."
right. You know what? You can, if you got enough creativity, you can MacGyver yourself a camera setup out of nothing but a phone and whatever you got lying around the house. Play some GLC.
Keep us
Get some
rolling,
free
SBO.
prizes.
I'm gonna holler at Riley so I can show him this real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so it looks like we do see another Distortion Door going to do 2 more damage around the field, setting up even more Pokemon with damage. But it looks like we're slowing down here. He did get the energy attachment with a Xatu. He needs to find one more way to accelerate energy, though. Either the Malamar, the Wondrous Patch, the Raihan, or the Dimension Valley. So he's got a lot of ways to do it. Looks like the only way he has to do it is Arven for that Malamar, though. Does he even have enough energy in discard pile? Or, I don't know. Or is he going to have to whiff attack? I mean, it wouldn't be the worst to whiff attack here, right? The Lucario only does 150 damage if a Pokemon was knocked out.
Yep.
So if Evan's unable to respond with an attack here, he might actually get away with it. Just doing a very thorough deck search here. Got to figure out the best line.
See Muscle Band and
It's like
Level
level
Ball.
ball. That is going to get a Malamar, but
Still 1 energy short unless he's holding Valley, right?
yeah, because he's used his energy retrieval for both energies. I don't think there's any energy left in the discard pile, unfortunately. So I think it's probably going to be a whiff this turn. Again, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
No. Not
It's
with
gonna
as
just
many shenanigans as Psychic has to come back later on.
yeah, and especially not with the seemingly dead hand that Chudjak's working with here. You haven't seen any second supporter played and no cards drawn with Lunatone, so it's looking like Chudjak's really living on a hope and a dream here. Now we do see the Ultra Ball played, getting rid of the psychic energy in hand.
And the Muscle Band, right? The other card.
And the Muscle Band, unfortunately. I don't think the Muscle Band is going to be too crazy in this matchup, so
No, you
fair enough
swing
to
through
get
with
rid of.
weakness on most things, for sure.
So then I have to wonder, what are we doing here?
Got the
If we're
monkey in
getting rid of the
play.
energy, do we have the ability to attack here, or are we just trying to set up Monkey Dory?
Now you can
You are
recharge
able
the
to
one.
Malamar onto that Giratina, but yeah, no more energy. So, oh, he does have the Dark in hand, so he is going to be able to take the knockout. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, wow, wow.
Yep, because you see, you go Natu for one, Psychic Recharge for one, Attach from hand for one.
And that's all she wrote.
That's all she
Definitely
wrote.
unfortunate to not get the Dark on the Monkey Dory, but for taking a prize card, I think that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. You can get the Dark on there later.
And both
All right, so
players
that is
go
going to be
to
a knockout.
4.
Prepping the 4 damage on the Monkey Dory, definitely the best spot for it, because if Monkey Dory lives, well, then you can put a Dark on it and heal. And if it doesn't, that's fine. He wouldn't have wanted to heal anyway, because it's dead.
Yeah, I do like not putting it on the Giratina this time around, now that you have a safer target
Yeah.
for your damage to be stored.
Yep, absolutely. It does resist fighting as well, so it's going to mitigate any damage that it takes from something like a Ting-Lu here or a Blood Moon or Saluna. If you damage your Giratina by 4 and he has Blood Moon or Saluna, that's just going to take it out.
Yeah, and notably here, SPO, all of these Pokemon that are on the board right now, unless they're scoop up netted, there's no Focus Sash bailing them out of their any
Nope.
attack,
Every
keeping
single
them
Pokemon
alive.
dies to Giratina's attack here.
Yep.
There's no safety.
Yep. And if we get the
And I'm
energy
sure
on
he's looking
Monkey
for
with
the
a Blood
attack.
Moon, then same thing.
Yeah, this is such a tough spot to be in. Without a draw supporter or basic energy to draw forward here and get something better. I know we did see the energy in the lunar cycle here, but you would have loved to be lunar cycling like 3 turns ago.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely curious what we're going for here. Without something like a Raihan, it doesn't feel like there's many great options.
U-turn board to preserve the Lunatone.
We
And
do
there's
have the Raihan,
Uh-oh.
so he is going to be able to get the last rainbow energy out of the deck onto his Okidogi and take out this Tina once again, but you see how strong the Zatu Malamar engine is, right?
Yeah, it's on
He's
board now.
probably just going to be able to get back that Giratina one more time,
Absolutely.
take out the Okidogi, and stay in the driver's seat. So hard to stop this pain train.
Yeah, once the board's established like that, you're so right. And this has all been done without Curlia and
No, just using the draw of Zatu.
Yeah, just using Zatu.
I think it shows you one of the great strengths of this deck, right? You're not relying on any single piece. If he didn't have Curlia, he can draw with Zatu. If he didn't have Zatu, he could draw with Curlia and get energy with Malamar. They all work together, covering each other's bases. It's such a well-crafted list. All right, so we do see the 3rd knockout in a row taken. I mean, hats off to, of course, RDT here too. I know that we're kind of nervous about its prospects, but you got to keep in mind, it's been playing for 3 turns and it's taken 3 knockouts. So that's not a bad thing by any means. So Evan's looking at the hand, probably thinking, how can I get back Giratina this turn? Or he could be thinking about Blacephalon, though I have to admit, swinging with Giratina seems a little better. Looks like we are going to establish the Mimikyu. Hopefully he knows the Mimikyu is not going to be able to take the one shot on Okidogi.
Yeah, as it would only be doing 140 damage back in retaliation here.
Yep.
Good Punch does not read. Well, the ability is what makes Good Punch
The
do
ability
so
is
much
what it
damage.
does, and Mimikyu doesn't copy abilities.
Exactly.
Still, I think it could just be worth, maybe he thinks, all right, I've prized some of the Ralts line, so I'd just like to thin my deck with the Buddy Poffin, and maybe the Mimikyu is the best thing to do. We do see the Giratina come down one more time, just getting a little bit more damage on the field here. And see if he can find that 3 energy combo again. That's looking pretty good. We can nice stretcher for an energy. Draw forward with Zatu once again. Good Lord.
Yeah, and Evan, a line that John pointing out in chat, Evan could Hex Mimikyu. Hex and Copycat with
Yep,
Mimikyu. That would be a
that would
line
be
that
a
would work.
pretty devastating play.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we're loading
But
up.
looks like he's pretty comfortable just going for the Giratina here. Does he have the third attachment in hand? There are many ways to do it.
Is that Tina again? Or
He just needs to have an energy. Just asking about the discard pile here. I think he's recognizing that all those rainbow energies have been committed, so Okidogi is no longer going to be part of this game after this one is KO'd. Yep, and we do have the third energy from hand.
Yep.
Going to go in with Giratina and take that knockout. And I mean, I think that the resources are getting pretty spent here for RDT. Hard to keep up with the pressure of this prize trade.
yeah, this Tina is putting in some heavy lifting in this game. Which, as you would expect that it would. I mean, it one hits all of these fighting weak Pokemon. Yep.
It's powering up the Monkey Dory damage. It's getting the pings for blindside. It really does do everything. And you don't have to use a revive on it.
Buffalo in chat saying that looks like there's a Karina in hand for Blood Moon, possibly. But
yeah, that could definitely be a line here. It's a shame that the Blood Moon isn't going to be able to really
respond
to this. Yeah, it's not going to really be able to break through this guy. Would need to have both the strong energy and the premium power pro to take the knockout on Giratina here.
As it is resistant by 20.
It is resistant by 20. The muscle band is already down, so yeah, it's going to be a real strain on the resources to go for something like that. Obviously, Ting Lu probably going to struggle to make too much value out of Ting Lu between the bench barrier and the Monkey Dory, providing two different ways to nullify the impact of a Ting Lu here. Solrock not going to be able to KO, and of course, you can't boss 3 times. That's just not going to happen. Giratina is going to have to be dealt with somehow. Yeah, it is pretty crazy to see how the matchup has changed. We see in the chat talking about how when RDT first came out, I think one of its greatest strengths was that it actually seemed to beat Psychic because so few Psychic players were playing Bench Barrier. No Psychic players are playing Cresselia. And frankly, the Psychic players just didn't really expect Ting Lu. They weren't playing around it. And it really caught a lot of them off guard. They were shocked to see how strong it was when they had been prepping for Garganackle Okidogi Loop. But now that it's more of a known quantity, I think the Psychic players have the right cards in the deck. They know what the threats are, and they're prepared to take down RDT, and it's really been knocked back a peg in the meta. Yeah, that's exactly right, Buffalo. If you get the Ting Lu going first, and you can just go psha, 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 you can run the Psychic off the board. But when you're at the stage of the game like we are now, that Ting Lu is just not going to cut it.
To be honest, it really hurts even if... Here, let me show you guys this Cresselia in case you don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, let's talk about Cresselia while they're thinking about their turns here. I mean, what a single-minded counter card this is. This is not a card that you just throw into your decks. This is a card you throw into your deck when you know that there's something you're supposed to beat.
Right. This is what keeps Ting Lu from being able to really do much. Psychic players are able to go wide in these matchups, knowing that they are literally just dropping this Cresselia and attaching an energy to it, and Moonglow reversing everything that you just did, minus 1 damage counter on all of the Pokemon. Because if you swing through and you hit the entire board, they're going to swing all of that damage back, and they get to pick which Pokemon that they put it on. So your Rock, gone. Your Riolu that may be sitting back in the wings, gone. Like, this card specifically is what really dominates this matchup from, like, really gatekeeping Ting Lu. Like, it's not even that an early Ting Lu can really put you in the driver's seat, because if this thing just shows up and there's a million ball search cards in Psychic, this is a problem.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely is. And we are going to see the Tinglu Hex turn. I think that's probably the best that we're going to be able to get out of Tinglu.
Yeah.
He's going to die to the Giratina, but by using Hex Maniac, we are going to turn off that bench barrier and the Monkey Dory for a turn. But yeah, still not a super ideal play here, of course. We're going to need to at least swing with Monkey Dory or Tinglu twice to get any sort of KO out of it. And only 1 damage to the active. That's not going to be super helpful for setting up the Blood Moon or Saluna even. Blood Moon is still unable to take a knockout on this Giratina without some other buff. Yeah, thanks, Buffalo. We love the card box feature too. That was a big motivation that Logan said when we were redesigning the layout. He was talking about wanting to get those cards on the side for that extra bit of professionalism. And yeah, it absolutely looks great, I think. Very proud of myself for this layout. A little pat on the back for me.
Yeah, that's literally what I led with tonight. It was a big, like, how much this has made life so much easier for me to be able to keep up with things, just streamline everything, pull up cards when we want to talk about them. It's awesome.
Yeah, I'm excited to try it out myself whenever I end up being on stream duty.
There's a million screens that I have open, but that is totally okay. I've learned to... We got it. We got it figured out.
As long as you have it in your mind what's supposed to go where and what's supposed to be on and off and what the layers do, it is a-okay. And yeah, it looks like we're...
Hey, so Evan's not playing Cresselia, by the way.
No, yeah, he is not playing Cresselia.
Yeah. I thought that in conversation tonight, him and Chucky were saying that they were playing them both, but...
No, he's playing Hugh.
Yep.
So we do see the Chorus Tenacity for the Strong Energy in the Silent Lab. Are we going to be able to see a second Tinglu this turn? That's what the Silent Lab makes me inclined to think, but I could be wrong.
And is Tinglu clearing anything on Evan's side if it does swing again this turn?
Not without a Halucha. With a Halucha, he would be able to win the game by taking out Mimikyu, Mr. Mime, and Xatu. So that has to be the line that we're looking for here.
We identify it.
Ooh, Scoop Up Net. What's up with that? Oh, I see. We're just going to be going for the Soul Rock to KO, unfortunately. With the Focus Sash, that's what we like to see. Using the Scoop Up Net to clear that 1 damage. He does have to hope that Evan is unable to find the Dark Energy.
And he's got a bump
and the
lab.
Stadium bump.
Yep.
So Silent Lab, yeah, he's going to force Evan to find the Dark Energy and the Stadium removal in order to respond and take a KO on this Soul Rock. So super great play. Does hurt to use the Silent Lab, though, because that's taking away that Tinglu win condition that we talked about earlier. Once that Silent Lab goes, it's going to be pretty tricky to get another Tinglu.
Buffalo. Yeah, the new layout's not as cool as the Lego Tower, of course, but...
Dude, the Lego Tower is tough. All right. Yeah, this is a pretty interesting play that we have here. Curious to know. I would love to know what Evan has in hand to respond.
We know
the only thing that would have made that play better is something like a reset stamp, right?
Only a couple stadiums here. You got Dimension and Parallel along with Field Blower. So
it does have the Field Blower, though. That's going to get rid of the Focus Sash and the Stadium. That's the absolute worst card to see at this time.
So now Giratina just...
And now we can bring back Giratina, ping the bench, and we're going right back into the blender.
Yeah, it's wild. It doesn't feel like it's been 27.
No, it doesn't. That's half a year of tournaments.
Yep.
More than half a year of tournaments because we've taken some weeks off even.
Yep.
And they are going strong. We get a lot of people every single week. Obviously, we have so many more today just because of the magnitude of that full art N bringing people from all next to the woods out tonight. But even on a regular day, we're getting good numbers. We're happy to see people having fun. playing for some prizes on a Friday night. And there's Giratina number 12. That is going to take out the Soul Rock. Oh, hurts to see. So we do see the forward self-damage on the Giratina, which is interesting. That does leave Evan liable to get hit by the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is interesting. Obviously, he doesn't want to put 4 damage on any of his benched Pokemon because of how much damage they've taken already. So we do see the Artisan. What can we get out of Alpha Artisan? Maybe just thin and get the Mars Shadow or something like that. We need to see Hex Maniac plus Tinglu here, plus Holucha. Or we would need to see Blood Moon or Saluna and just hope that he can't swing back for the 150.
He could, John, but the problem is that now
40,
he's got to have Hex back.
Yeah, he could put the 40 on the Malamar to avoid losing the prize card. That would be the only place that he can put it.
Oh, yeah, Evan.
But the problem with doing it there is that does mean that he would not need the Holucha in order to win the game. He would just need Hex Tinglu to win the game.
Yep.
So maybe a little sketchy to put it on the bench. I think it's probably fine to give up the Giratina because the odds of getting the Blood Moon or Saluna here are still fairly low as well.
And SBO, you were mentioning that we have people from all corners tonight. I want to point some of these out because it's really cool. Webcam tournaments, we have, the best of the best from all over. We've got
all over the world.
Germany, Chile, Canada, Portugal, Great Britain, and Venezuela, along with the United States, all represented tonight in this bash.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Awesome to see. We've got 3 different continents worth of people playing tonight. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, especially a big shout out to our European players, Alani, Costella, and more, getting up at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning to play this webcam tournament with us. That's super awesome. We're glad to have them out tonight.
And Nathan, our only 2-0 in the clubhouse so far.
Okay.
Was able to take down Sammy. So Nathan on Psychic is in at 2-0. Oh, you're going to love this, SBO. Nathan is playing Renegade.
Oh, very exciting. That's awesome to hear.
Yep.
Looking at the list here, it looks like a pretty stock list, though he is playing Capture Energy over one of our basic Psychics, down to only 5 basic Psychics. He's got red card instead of reset stamp, so it looks like he's envisioning the deck maybe a little bit differently than I do. He's got a lot more supporters as well, playing 10 supporters when we only play 8. So, yeah, it looks like he's playing the deck a lot differently than us, but excited to see Renegade pulling out today. No Crisis Punch. Oh, it's greedy boy.
Here comes a Blood Moon into the equation, but I don't know if there's energies to power it up along with...
Yeah, the Blood Moon is the only thing I was thinking that could get him out of this, but he's got to have all 3 of those energies or this is not going to be super helpful.
And I
hope he's not just benching it and putting it in the active spot. Oh,
he is, yep.
He is going to boss...
It's
Malamar to just try to buy some time, but I don't think that this is a gambit that's going to work out. And then probably just wants to leave the Lunatone in the active spot, right? Because then Guzma is sort of ineffective.
Right. That's a good line. Good notice by Chud.
Yep. You want to always make sure that when your opponent's stuck in the active spot, if they only have tools like Guzma and Rope, that you actually leave your liability active so they can't hit it.
Absolutely. 2 cards in hand, though.
We do see the de-evolution into the Inkay, and he's going to be able to manually Lilies, and if he can just find the energy to manually retreat, then that's going to be a wrap.
Wonder how many are left in deck. We've been seeing a lot of them being recycled, so...
Yep.
There's a
While this game
decent
concludes, we
chance.
do have a couple other rounds finished. George Rhodes is up 2-0. Ghouls is up 2-0 with his Egg Mill. Looks like
Chucky as
Ghouls was able
well.
to beat a psychic player on the Monkey Dory Tina as well.
Chucky up
And
at table
Chucky.
1. Yep.
Yeah, Chucky just went 2-0 over Patrick Whistler, who was playing Drago Box with the new Rayquaza, so that's super exciting. I know Chucky said that this tournament, he said he's going to win it.
There
And
it is.
you know what? I'm starting to believe him.
There's the energy. So that's
the energy, and that's going to be a wrap.
2-0 Psychic Blazers and Ghouls on his
That's
best
great.
deck. So that
We've
is
got
that's good.
Three Blazers going into round 3 undefeated, which is really great to see.
Now if we can just keep them off of each other this round, would
Yeah,
be
that's
exquisite.
what we need to see is to avoid the team kills. Because our goal tonight, while there is an N on the table, our goal is we don't want to give it out that easily. We want y'all to work for it.
Absolutely not.
So,
all right.
Fingers crossed for all of our Turboblaze troops in the trenches right now trying to defend the N.
Operation Defend the N. Let's jump out to Lonnie and Daisy while they still have a little bit of time.
Let's take a look. Looks like that we do have Wailord versus that psychic deck of some sort. Looks like we do see Wailord is currently in the active with 4 energy and a Lux Cape. 14 damage counters on it already. And only 2 prizes to go for the Wailord compared to 5 for the Psychic. So as long as Lonnie can keep this Wailord alive and establish a strong enough board to clean the game afterwards, Lonnie's going to be in good straits.
Lonnie's on water? That would surprise me. No, Lonnie's on Psychic.
No. Sorry, I have it completely reversed.
Daisy.
I'm sorry. Lonnie is on Psychic. 5 prizes left to take against this Caped Wailord. Is going to swing more damage into it. The Wailord has 270 damage. That's 70 HP remaining with the Luxurious Cape. 2 prizes left to take for the water player. So unless Daisy is able to heal the Wailord or establish a second attacker, we could be in for some trouble after Daisy goes down to 1 prize remaining. We're going to see Quick Ball, maybe for something like a Wishy-Washy would be perfect to see in a time like this. And it is going to be that Wishy-Washy, that strong basic attacker. One of the best ways to clean up a game, especially against those basic Pokemon with 130 HP like Giratina. Just taking a look at the lists for a moment. It looks like Lonnie is playing Monkey Tina, does have the Monkey Dory Tina package. Very similar Pokemon composition to everybody else.
Yeah, this is his Psychic. I mean, this is...
Yeah, it just is
like
Psychic.
Z-Man,
yeah.
It's his... Yep, exactly.
And we do see Daisy on the Milo Pump. It's been getting more and more popular every week with so many wins at Full Grip Games. Looks like people have finally come around to accepting the Milo Pump as the best way to be playing water these days. And boy, do I believe it. That Wailord is humongous.
Yeah, I've had some very awesome sets with it recently, as well as some kind of traumatizing sets. I've been on record over the last month saying that me not running the Basket Legion was completely wrong, and it reared its ugly head again this week. I think that card is just a standout, kind of buff.
It's so nice when you're playing a Rain Dance list to not be reliant on the Rain Dance and just have an option to just 1 energy, no frills. Let's just take something out and stay in the game, especially against aggressive archetypes like Colorless, Dragon, Dark, yada, yada. You don't want to get ran over by a Raging Bolt.
So this Wailord will go down this turn, right?
Yeah, unless he can draw something good with the Octillery here. We do just see that Abyssal Hand. Got to be looking for something like Mallow and Lana, or maybe just a couple more energy on the Wailord, of course, or on the Wishy-Washy. Because, of course, if Wailord goes down, that's not a problem if Wishy-Washy can come up and finish the game.
Yep.
Looks like we didn't find anything else. Just a single energy on the Frostmoth for safety. A single energy on the Wishy-Washy.
Maybe sitting on something like a superior or something to
Could be.
that stance. That's like
Any
why,
sort of energy recovery would be
yeah,
enough to win the game here.
that sounds like a good reason to put one on the Frostmoth, to be honest, because
Yes,
then you still just
because then you can
recover.
manual to the Frost Moth,
Exactly.
put the rest on Wishy Washy.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, very heads up play because the way that you lose this game right now is getting scammed by retreat cost.
Absolutely. Yep. Wishy-washy might be the only thing that you would, hate to see be brought up here and then stuff start being spread around, but we're way past
Yep.
Blacephalon turns and there's not
Yeah, we
really enough
have to
damage.
see Giratina or Monkey Dory get a little bit of ping damage on the Wishy Washy to try to
Yes.
shuffle it back into the deck. But we also do need to get an attack off here. So there's a lot of things that have to happen this turn. Gallade for teammates is going to make it happen, though. Teammates will allow Lonnie to get any two cards of his choice and hopefully piece together a good turn with a little bit of luck from the wishy-washy scatter ability. We do see another attachment onto the Zatu. I'm sure that Lonnie is prepping a few turns down the line, thinking if I can make it past the next turn and not lose instantly, maybe I can get a blindside and start taking some extra prize cards here. We do see the darkness on the Monkey Dory. That's going to let Lonnie get damage on the Wishy Washy to try to shuffle it back into the deck. We see the Devo Spray blindside, so we're going to go for blindside here. Do we have the Field Blower? If we can Field Blower to KO the Wailord and blindside the Frostmoth, that could put Daisy in a world of hurt without Raihan or any other energy acceleration in the list.
Absolutely. And it would not surprise me for Lonnie to realize this play. You're seeing,
yeah, this is a really, really
up.
great line if that's what we're seeing here. But the Field Blower has to be part of it.
Has to be played. Yep. He's got it for sure.
Sure, he does. No,
just
knocking up the active and hoping that it. No. Oh no, 3 prizes on the active, but not doing anything to disrupt Daisy's chances of getting a return.
Did get Daisy to have
and
to
with
flip.
the heads.
Oh,
no.
the head split. Oh, we're now just
probably just hoping to get tails on the flip there. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah.
We just need to see a superior energy retrieval for game or any other form of energy recovery. Yeah. We do see the superior, and that is game.
Yeah. That's exactly why I felt like that energy came down onto the Frostmoth. Yes. It just makes the most sense in the world as to why that would go ahead and be put there. That was cool. Good closeout. Unfortunate for Lonnie. Excellent player, but Daisy, it is their night tonight on Milo Pump.
Yeah, wow.
That was an extreme.
So Milo Pump going up 2-0 as well. Very exciting. Of course, that is one of our classic Turboblaze lists right there. So any win for Milo Pump feels like a win for the team.
All right, so time.
All right, so that is time in the round. I'm going to go around and do my thing.
Yep. While SPO does that, chat, I will keep us locked in here on the standings. And once again, if you guys are new to the stream, haven't heard me say it already, happy Pokemon Day. And welcome into the Turboblaze live stream. We do these every Friday night over here on the channel. Live stream our tournament series that we're running. This is our 27th week running a Turboblaze Trials tournament. So, been half a year at this point that we've been doing this. Tonight's prizing definitely is some of the best. We have a full art in on the line, and players are very hungry to try to both win and defend. Yeah, Buffalo. Pump's one of those where there are a lot of different, I guess, lines that you can take. Most of which obviously revolve around depending on, and some of those have aged a little bit too, but if you can have an early pop off where you are drizzling for teammates and like reversal energy. Obviously, the most important thing, and we do say this in the video, I think, is like the turn 1 whale attachment. If you can pull that off, if you can get a turn 1 attachment onto the Whalmer on your bench, then you're kind of set up for success going down the line. Obviously, that's if the Whalelord's not prized. If you go back and watch my games with Count this past week on the channel, he and I had a good set, and there were a lot of, I don't know if I recorded that or not, I may not have, but he and I had a good set, and Wishy Washy stole the show in that matchup. So Wishy Washy is definitely a major attacker in and of itself to keep your game plan online if you don't have a whale. But like you said, you have to figure out where the recovery lines are. There's just so many different lines to it, though. Like in my games, I've been recently, weirdly enough, I've been melodicing for the Whalmer back. Whalmer's been getting chased down like crazy in my games recently, so I've been, rather than like burning my Night Stretcher or my Nessa for no effect, I'll just melodic and bring back the Whalmer onto the bench and kind of go from there. Being able to get back any card, there's a vast number of things you can do. Lee specifically last week knocked out a Pokemon with a Lux Cape on it with 7 energy on a Wailord, and the card that he had to melodic back was the Splash energy. So, being that it's any card in the discard pile means that there are infinite combinations of lines to kind of play through there. You just have to kind of read the board state and see, what it dictates you do. All right. Just a couple more minutes here before we pair round 3. 15 of 16 matches completed. We're waiting for who exactly? Right here. Georgie and LOL. Georgie on water and LOL on metal. Our one metal player tonight. Pretty standard metal list. We have Metang, like a Castella metal list here. Oh, and that may even be Castella. I see the Portugal flag now. So this could be Castella or a friend at the very least. Thank you, Buffalo. We appreciate that. And at the very least, if there's not content specifically on a deck that you're looking for, I urge you to, and this goes with everybody, click the link in the description, go to the Discord. There's a list of decks at this point that are there, and every single one of them has their own thread. We'll walk you through lines, plays, whatever. We don't have all the time in the world. You can see the difference in like the Milo Pump and the Drill Mill video. So Drill Mill had SPO and Count in it. And it was like 45 minutes. You get 4 of us in the room together talking about a deck, and we're going to be there for 2.5 hours. It's just impossible to have all the heads in one room and us get something done quickly because of all of our thoughts and experiences with these different decks. But if you don't mind reading a little bit, hop in the Discord, and like I said, we're happy to explain anything that we can. So I'm guessing SPO is just waiting on that game to finish. Let me check to see if he's in that table. I'll bet that he is. Hop in and see what we're looking at in chat. Got 1 prize left for water. One prize left for medal. Let you guys in as well. Buffalo, have you checked out anything revolving around Pig Pony Slug yet? A lot of people have been playing Pig Pony Slug this week from the Blazers crew at their locals, and I mean, it is their local scene, but they've been putting it on some people. I know SBO and Evan both collected badges with Pig Pony Slug this week. That's funny. We love the full grip guys, though. It is definitely one big happy family. You know, nothing starts without full grip being in the conversation when it comes to Gym Leader Challenge. So we are very, very, very happy and fortunate to have, you know, not necessarily partnered with those guys, but we are very close to them. We are very friendly with the grippers when we head into town. I know Andrew mentioned yesterday on stream that Alex was actually leaving town for Texas, and, you know, being that I plan on traveling in March to the next 3K, I immediately was like, dang, is Holtz going to be there for when we get there? Because Holtz is one of our favorite people. So, we have a very great relationship with the Grip Boys over there, and, you know, we're very thankful for everything that they've done for us as well. Ben Morse makes, he shouts us out, you know, as much as he possibly can, and, you know, we love Ben for that. Andrew and he played their no band set this past week on the channel, on Andrew's channel. So if you guys didn't get a chance to see that, it was last night before the league night stream. He and Andrew had a chance to play it out. I won't spoil it in case you haven't seen it, but it was a good set of games between he and Ben. And that will do it, guys, for round number 2. A new round has been paired. We'll get the clock started for you guys. We've got...
And we are back. We are in round 3 now. All the rounds have finished up.
All right. So I think we have to watch Chucky and Ghouls, right? As bad as this feels.
Oh, my gosh. We have to.
Yeah. As bad as it feels for one of them. And Evan's got Mickey. Mickey's on, what, double hit? Ooh,
yeah, I believe
that might be tough,
correct.
too.
Yeah, we got 2 exciting rounds. I think I want to go to table 1 and see this Blazer action. We haven't gotten to see Chucky yet.
Yep.
Hopefully this is not Chucky's last round in contention for defending the N. Either way, we will be seeing a Blazer at 3-0 in this tournament, which is really exciting. It's coming down now. We've got, just looking at the number of standings, we do have, of course, we got 8 people exactly at 2-0. So there is only going to be one person coming out of this with a perfect 5-0 record. We're down to Chucky, Ghouls, and Evan from the Blazers. We've got Mickey, Daisy, George Rhodes, Hoop MN, and Nathan Dune also in contention for the N.
So definitely worst case scenario that the boys hit each other right here, but
yep.
I mean, it was probably gonna
to happen eventually.
Yeah, exactly. This round or next round for sure.
Yeah. What we'd like to see is if we can avoid it next round, that would be phenomenal.
Yeah, just have Evan win right here and one of the guys here.
Yep.
And yep, take us home from there. That would be
We see a very gentlemanly handshake from Chris Schools here. And the Shaman lead. He did not cut the Shaman. Never mind. I spoke too soon in our water game earlier. We had been talking about the list, and he had said that he wanted to keep the Shaman out for the extra energy, but maybe decide to renege on that, playing it safe and keeping the bench barrier in just for those random stray matchups.
Oh yeah, Buffalo.
Now,
How could I have forgotten to mention Alex Carpenter? Of course, jokingly we said TBZ Plopel last night because that guy has been
yeah,
on a tear with some of the TBZ decks. We love that
yep,
dude.
yep, he's definitely such a strong GLC player. He talks with us all the time in the Discords. One of our favorite full grip games players. We love that guy.
Alrighty, you got us for a minute. I'm gonna step away and go run to the restroom, and then I'll give you the chance
Okay.
to do the same in the in-betweens because this one should play out for a little bit.
Yep. So both players are just going to be doing the regular setup. Just talking about the matchup for a second. The Monkey Dory is definitely a troublesome card for Eggmill to deal with. Eggmill has limited ways to heal and get Pokemon off the board. We're only playing the Mal and Lana for healing and no scoop up options. So any damage that Monkey Dory can get onto the Eggmill side of the field is probably going to be sticking around for the better part of the match, if not the entire match. Additionally, because the Budu and the Execute only have 30 HP, those are prime targets for Giratina and Monkey Dory to work together to take extra knockouts over the course of the game, too. So those are definitely options that Ghouls is going to have to watch out for. On the other hand, these lists have been cutting Wobbuffet, and Wobbuffet is usually the most dangerous Pokemon for Eggmill to deal with because it just shuts down the entire engine, right? So without Wobbuffet, the Monkey Dory isn't quite as strong. It's going to be able to heal some of that Budu and Venomoth damage, but without Wobbuffet, Ghouls should be able to establish a strong enough board before Monkey Dory gets too much value in. We're going to see him get the Evolution Incense off of this. Now, I'm curious about that scoop up net play. He's just going to put it right back down. So maybe just trying to filter these items out of his hand before he gets item locked. I think that's pretty fair. That Scoop Up Net is maybe a card I would consider saving down the line for a Hex play on the Vileplume, but all right, fair enough. All right, so we get to see the Hisuian Heavy Ball from Ghouls here. Going to be able to check the prize cards. It's going to show the camera for free. We do see him get the Budu. He did prize Executor, Boss, Forest, Yelcheer. I think that was Lana's Aid. So a lot of pretty valuable cards in there, but this Budu is going to help slow the match down and give him time to find the Gladion and Peonia he needs to fix those prize cards, right? It's just going to take a moment to write down the prize cards, make sure he takes his notes here, of course, before he goes into the rest of this first turn. I know what we would love to see here is the energy attachment to retreat into the Budu and get that item lock going. Do have to watch out for the Monkey Dory, though. The Monkey Dory is going to be able to fling that damage right back at the Budu. And is that a... No, that's not a pass. I was so scared. Oh. These players with their actions scare me sometimes. All right, what else does Ghouls have to do in this turn? We do see the Arven. That's going to be excellent. Maybe we can see a Buddy Poffin here. Maybe we'll just end up seeing a Netball to retreat a basic energy. Depends on what the rest of the hand holds. We are going to see the Float Stone to get the Shaman out of the active spot, and then the Buddy Poffin to hopefully establish that Venomoth and that Turtwig, or maybe the Turtwig and the Roselia. Venomoth can be a scary Pokemon in this matchup because of the ability of Monkey Dory to move that damage back. So oftentimes we will forego using the Venomoth because of that. Yeah. Yeah, the Lorcana playmat's pretty crazy. Chucky is a very skilled Lorcana player as well. He goes to a lot of big regional tournaments and things like that. So, but today's GLC day. We can't be playing Lorcana. We are going to see the retreat into the Budu. Going to be able to item lock, get a little bit of damage for that Monkey Dory, but more importantly, completely negate the impact of that item finding Mew. Draw for turn. So now he's going to have to find all of his Pokemon the old-fashioned way. Without telepath energy in the format yet, he's just going to have to find them. He is going to attach onto the Monkey Dory and Lilies. This might give him the opportunity to find a U-turn board and actually retreat into Monkey Dory for the knockout here, which could be a pretty dangerous line. With the Forest of Vitality prized, it's pretty unlikely that we would see a strong response to that. Definitely an argument to be made for finding the Venonat to deal with situations like that, but of course we don't know what's in Ghoul's hand. Could be that the hand is such that finding Roserade is actually a better option. All right, Lilies is played. We're going to see 8 new cards for Chucky Davis here. Hope he's able to find something good. To see the Field Blower, not going to be able to be played right now. Getting that Ralts and Inkay down is going to be pretty huge, though. Does not find the retreat tool to go into the Monkey Dory. That's going to be huge for Ghouls. Going to give him the opportunity to get one more turn behind this Budu. And I think that this is a pretty smart move, actually not healing the 1 damage from the Mew just yet. Letting that build up until it's a relevant number to move seems like a stronger play here, right? Because what's the difference between moving 1 versus moving 1 and then 1 versus just moving 2? No difference. So you see the hand, all items and Hex Maniac. That is not what you want to see. The Hex Maniac can buy him a turn, but that is not good enough. Gosh, this Budu's item lock is just so potent. What an insane Pokemon. So we are going to see that Venonat now. I think Ghouls was probably just needing something like that Roserade in his hand, just in case things went awry on the following turn. Now he's got a moment to breathe and get that Venonat. So even if the Monkey Dory is able to come up, take out this Budu, he will be able to actually go in with Venomoth and confuse the Monkey Dory and keep applying the item lock pressure until he's ready to complete what he's got going on here. Do you see the Sentient Cape played? Looking like it's going to be a tough discard. We would love to see something else get discarded, but it is going to be Guzma. Gets Arvin back for next turn and draw 3 cards. Probably hoping to find an evolution search to get that Grotto online. Hmm. And it's looking like it's just going to have to be an item lock and pass. Not sure what's going on here. Looks like Ghouls is having a think. Got to make a decision. Guess I'm not 100% sure what's being debated on here. Debating on whether he wants to put the energy on the Turtwig or the Venonat. I think that the energy on the Turtwig is the better call because it's going to need 2 turns to be powered up. So he is just going to put it on the Turtwig and probably try to Itchy Pollen just one more time here. He's going to opt to Roserade. I have to imagine that we're going to probably see the Turffield Stadium here get the Grottle.
And I am back, so if you need to run to the restroom or anything, then you take your time and go for it whenever you need to.
Yes, sir. Yep, so we've seen a whole lot of nothing. Chucky, just to update you on what's going on. Chucky's got, I think, 6 or 7 items in hand and a Hex Maniac.
Oh, I've been watching. I don't ever step away without
Absolute
looking
garbage.
away.
So we are going to see the Rosary get the Evolution Incense to thin it out of the deck and get that crazy Grottle online.
Yeah, probably wants to keep his Turffield so that he can bump the stadiums later.
Yeah, and actually, now that I've remembered, I believe that Artisan was played this turn, so I don't think that was actually a legal line.
I think you're right. You are.
So we are going to establish the Oddish. I believe, if memory serves, it was the Executor that was prized, so he will be able to start setting up for this Oddish line. Worth keeping in mind, he does now have access to the Stealthy Hood. Wow! Now that's what we're talking about. So just in case you don't know, this might be a good card to bring up.
Yep.
Stealthy Hood is a Pokemon tool that protects the Pokemon it's attached to from all effects of abilities, in this case, including the Munkidori Adrena Brain. So the best line here would be, of course, to let 3 damage build up, move 3 damage onto the Budu for a free knockout. Nope. The Stealthy Hood is going to keep it completely safe from that Adrena Brain. What a stellar play.
And we had some people in chat actually asking earlier what the inclusion of Stealthy Hood was there for, so here is a perfect example of why this card is being brought into play.
Yep.
You got the monkeys, the guards,
so many abilities. Yeah, Munkidori. And that, like you said, Garbodor and Wobbuffet, those ability lockers.
Yep.
That ability locking effect is an effective an ability. So you could put Stealthy Hood on your Vileplume or your Grottle or whatever you need, whatever ability you need to maintain under ability lock. So super cool. We are going to see him try to get that that Grottle or that Oddish line evolved up here because the forest is prized. We're going to have to go through it manually. But this is looking really strong. In another turn or two, he's going to be able to... Oh, and he sees the hand knowledge. So many items and not a single card useful in this stage of the game. You don't really want to even burn your Hex, right? Because it's buying you 1 turn when you might need it later on to actually turn off Vileplume.
And what was the other supporter there? Arvin? But there's no...
No, I don't think he had a second supporter. I believe he just had T and Blindside, but I could be mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, just an absolutely brutal hand. Nothing going on. Without that Kirlia in play, the game just slows to a crawl. And Lucamine for Syncate and Guzma is just phenomenal. Wow. This is such a strong start from Eggmill here. And we are going to see one more Itchy Pollen. We officially made it to 3 damage, so Chucky's going to have to start thinking about where to move this damage to, or whether he wants his Mew to die. And I don't think either of them sound like very appealing options. Of course, he is going to keep using that Mew ability to fish the items out of his deck. Two reasons. Of course, one reason is to thin the deck of items, and reason number 2 is we're seeing that Torterra Vileplume start to get lined up here. So we have to be thinking to ourselves, all right, if we go for Torterra Vileplume, we have the Hex Maniac in hand. We could play Hex, blow through all of our items for a turn, and maybe try to get back on our feet. We are going to take Pokepad off of that Muse ability, and we're going to have to pass one more time.
Yeah, so do you think that there's any reason to not have went ahead and healed that turn SBO?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. It's possible that he wants the Mew to die to try to force some progress here, but I don't know.
The
I
longer
think
that
that
you wait, I think the worse that it gets for
yeah,
you.
I think that moving at least two of that damage onto the Grottle could be really valuable.
Yeah.
You definitely want to start pressuring something, either the Grottle or, you could also be thinking about putting three on the Vileplume in preparation for a Hex blindside play, which we know he has in hand. And I do have a judge call, so I'll be right back in a moment.
Cool. So Buffalo, that's cool, Buffalo. I wondered who Elias was earlier on tonight. We streamed his matchup round 1 against Ghouls. And they had a great game. Ghouls just was able to kind of lock them out. Torterra swept most of the back end of the game. But it was a good showing, for Elias. So good to know where they're from now. That's really cool. From Sacramento out there, the Sacramento, California area. So we have players from all over the globe tonight. It's cool. Very cool. Keeping a close eye on all 4 of our top tables. All 4 of our top tables sitting with players at 2-0 records. So potential to carry on throughout the rounds. But no results in at this time.
Alrighty, and I am back.
Actually, we
Just had a
did just
pretty
have our
simple.
first result. Daisy on Milo Pump is able to claim the first win of this round, looks like, over Georgie, unless that was just a check-in issue, but I think that I just saw that happen, like, live.
Super exciting. That's what we like to hear. Milo Pump getting dubs.
So, SPO, I'm looking at it. It looks like, if I'm wrong, then you can correct me, but it looks like there's a chance that we have, like, 4 3-0s at the end of this.
That's exactly what we're going to have.
Cool. So 1-5-0 at the end of all said
Yep.
and done. Cool.
Yep.
All right. Not much progress has been made in way of Chucky's side. Still looks like he's just kind of waiting for the turn to try to pop off. But here we see the Vileplume be brought into play. Now, Stealthy Hood being used on the Budew does open up the line where he can, like SPO is saying, hex and play out all those items. Though Ghouls is going to know that that play's looming from the Gloom's ability turns and turns ago. So Chucky's in kind of a tough spot here, I think.
Yeah, I definitely don't feel great about Chucky's prospects. And we also do know that that Ghouls has the Guzma in hand. At this point, he can just troll around. He has Lusamine, Syncate, Guzma going around right now. So he can just sit here and do his thing. He is welcome to just Guzma and take out that Monkey Dory, the Iron Boulder, whatever he thinks is a threat at any point in time. He's got to be cognizant of the hand size, of course. He doesn't want to play his hand to be at the similar size to Chucky's hand if he does start going for a prize-taking route here. I could also see a pretty reasonable line where Ghouls just sits here and decides he can just keep item locking because Chucky's not forcing him to do anything else, right? Chucky is not moving the damage back.
It's crazy.
Chucky's not attacking, so he has no real reason to break this item lock and give Chucky the opportunity to play.
Yeah.
If I was Ghouls, I think I would just keep doing this and honestly just try to find Team Rocket's handiwork or Plumeria or something and just say, all right, if you're not going to hit me, then I won't hit you, and you will deck out.
Yeah, it's a wild game of cat and mouse that we're seeing right here for sure. I can tell. I mean, you can tell that that's exactly what's being played. Because Chucky could have very well have hit an energy at this point. Like, he's drawn several turns now without ghouls having hand knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So Mew would die this turn to Badoo. And that does not free Chucky up to hit a Hex Maniac play that gets him out of item lock.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Ghouls is afraid of here, right? He doesn't want to give him the Hex Maniac, so he has no incentive to break the hard item lock of the Budu attack. So he's going to just start going for the mill here, and I think that's the right thing to do. He has Lusamine and Syncade in hand, so he's going to be able to just sit here and pressure Chucky's resources and force him to do something about it, right?
Exactly what he's going to do.
So we did get one head, so I believe we're milling 2 cards with the Team Rocket's handiwork. Going to be Iono and Muscle Band, 2 non-item cards. That's a fantastic mill. Of course, we know that Chucky has seen so many item cards thanks to the Muse ability. So that deck is looking really juicy with non-items right now. We will see Budu take the knockout here. This has to have been Chucky's plan to fall behind on prize cards and finally get that Mew out of the active spot. He can now come in and take a KO with Monkey Dory, but he's still under the effect of hard item lock, so he's not going to be able to play Hex to get out of it.
Right.
Does have the U-turn board. Looks like he just top-decked it. Oh, that hurts to see. He would have loved to find the U-turn board about 15 turns ago. All right, so we're in a bit of a bind. We still don't have access to Curlia or Malamar. Could be in the deck, could be in the prize cards.
Now you have no damage to manipulate.
Yeah, he's got nothing to manipulate here. He's got no more energy on his backup Pokemon. So, you know, if he takes this knockout and Ghouls goes in with something like maybe Iono plus Torterra, or even just Torterra, frankly, that might just be good enough.
Yeah, I think you probably would want to reset the hand for sure.
Yeah.
Knowing
I
that...
would be pretty scared to not reset the hand. I think that I would ideally actually like to go in with Venomoth before I Torterra if you can't reset the hand.
Sure.
You are giving him damage to work with Monkey Dory, but you're confusing him, and yep, there's the Iono. Screw you, buddy. All those items are going right to the bottom.
There we go.
As well as that Hex Maniac that we know Ghouls knows about because of Gloom's hand knowledge ability.
And there is the monkey chat that Chucky was able to attack with last turn. This is the Monkey Dory that we've been talking about pretty much all night when we've been referencing these psychic decks.
Yep.
So it's finally up in the active and attacking.
Bench of the Deerling. We do know that Executor is prized here, so Ghouls is going to value getting the draw of the Sawsbuck more than trying to establish Executor.
Right.
Of course, if he did have Executor, I mean, I think just judging by this board state, it probably would be just lights out here if he trapped like the Giratina.
Yeah, no Curly has been devastating for Chucky.
Yeah,
Which
no.
He did just get 5 cards closer to Curlia.
Yeah, I see some Pokemon in that hand. I have to imagine that we're going to see some evolution soon.
Yeah, because if Chucky can start tutoring out plays with Gallade...
But we are going to knock out that Monkey Dory by the looks of things.
Yeah.
Does not have Hex in hand, so he's going to be hard-pressed to break this item lock. Not a single energy in play. No retreat tools in play. This is crushing.
Openly showed Ghouls that he had top decked the U-turn board. Didn't play it.
Put it on his Monkey Dory for safety, which really coming to bite him here. So he is promoting the Giratina. Of course, that's a Pokemon that can be knocked out and recovered, so that's the safest one. He's behind on prize cards, so he's just going to put the counter energy on the Iron Boulder and try to Marnie that big old Ghoul's Hand away. I mean, we're going to see 5 more cards into the deck. If we're whiffing Malamar and Curlia now, I'm going to be upset.
I don't see him. I don't see it. Yep, that's it. And we very much here could see a play where Ghouls just is making it to where Chucky can't match his hand size. Don't know if that's something that he has the ability to play down to. But Hex still being buried at the bottom of the deck. No access to item cards anytime soon. Not showing evolutions that turn. I mean, this is pretty brutal for Chucky.
Yeah, I mean, this is lights out here, right?
Yeah.
We're going to take out the Giratina. We're going to have to hand match under item lock, which is really difficult to do. And that's not going to be enough, even if we get rid of the luxurious cape, because the muscle band has been milled. There's no way that we can kill the Giratina or the Torterra this turn. I don't really see any way that Chucky's going to be able to get out of this. This Torterra is just completely crushing.
And we've got about 16 minutes left in the round, SBO. Do you want to go check real quick for us to see what Evan's looking like?
Yeah, absolutely. So looking at the pairings, most of our rounds have not finished. These are only 3-0, so let's go see how Evan's doing. Evan is also in contention for the end still. Looks like Evan is currently at 5 prizes, while Mickey on double hit is currently at 4.
Okay.
Evan's got a really strong board here. He's got a lot of energy on Iron Boulder, a lot of energy on Giratina, and he does have the Malamar, Curlia, Xatu, Mew all in play. So his board is phenomenal, but he's currently being item locked by Budu and seems to be unable to hand match maybe. So this is going to give Mickey a little bit of time to establish his board. He currently has Grottle and a whole lot of nothing. So if he can buy a couple turns with this item lock, that's going to be what he needs to get back into this game here. So looking like still a pretty even match. Hasn't made too much progress despite the amount of time that's passed, but I think that Evan's looking like he's in the driver's seat here.
Good deal. Jumping
down the table, it looks like Count has finished his game. He's up 2-1 maybe. And none of the other 3-0 matches have finished quite yet.
Cool. Yep, you can come back to us then. We do see Chucky mounting a little bit of a play here. We've got Ghouls on the 3 prize turn, and Chucky's Guzman into his Blacephalon, but it's just a pass. He Guzman Vileplume up into the active. Hadn't got an energy down.
But that's not Blacephalon. That's not an attack. He needed to find that Dimension Valley. Ugh.
Now, if Ghouls can't respond, and he just has to play a ball guy right here.
Yeah, we have committed the Float Stone, and we have no way to tutor out the Guzma, so it's going to be just thinning and drawing here.
Yeah, this could be a really tough spot for Ghouls if he gets stuck behind this.
Yeah, this could be pivotal. If the Blacephalon starts attacking, we can just start taking away, chipping at this Torterra over the course of a couple turns. Could consider taking out the Sawsbuck to limit the ability to find to find the Guzma or Mallow and Lana here too. The deck is looking fairly thin, so it's not an infinite clock here. We are going to have to start swinging pretty quick. And that's definitely going to be a pass. He has no way to get out since he's already committed supporter for turn.
Here we go. Here's Chucky's breathing room then.
All right.
Is that Tulip for Monkey Dory? Psychic Energy
That's fantastic.
Probably a couple combos here. There's the Natu, along with.
You might as well take it all, right? This is the one shot you're going to get any of it back. So,
This is true. All right, Chucky. Now we know you have the energy, so now he's got to be piecing together where his damage counters are going. How those are going to be placed is going to determine how this game comes together here. There's probably no incentive to start putting anything on the Vileplume itself. Like SBO said, you probably want to chunk away at the Torterra for sure. Is the Lux Cape? Lux Cape couldn't have been field blowered off the Torterra, so it's still just there hiding, I think, right?
it is.
Okay.
Yep, the Luxury Escape is still on Torterra.
Okay.
So, yeah, this is a tricky decision. He's got to decide whether he wants to take stuff out or set up for a multi-prize turn. It looks like he's going to set up for multiple prizes here. Not really sure what's up with that. I don't think I really understand that line of play, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think I would have maybe taken out the Sawsbuck and then.
Yeah, I think I would have probably just taken out the Sawsbuck and put a little bit on the Torterra.
Right.
Or just gone all in on the Torterra.
But
yeah, I'm not really sure that I get this.
It looks like he's denied him again. Ghoul's playing pretty slow here for, like, didn't just slam down a card, which we know Ghoul's never to be that way.
No,
Gladian.
of course. We do have Gladian, which is pretty great. Maybe, I don't know what's left in the prize cards, but Forest, Yelchir, Lana's Aid all stood out to me as important prize cards last game. Keep in mind that Malamar did hit the field, so, we could also see him liberate the Executor. That could be a reason that Chucky didn't want to take any knockouts here. Doesn't want to give Ghouls access to the Executor on the Malamar, which would almost certainly just be the end of the game.
Yep. About 10 minutes left in the round. So players will need to start making their way towards the home stretch here pretty soon. Chucky gonna need to start dealing some actual, meaningful damage that takes like you said, multi-prizes. We have to be looking at multi-prizes coming down the home stretch here.
Yeah.
We know he has Natu in hand.
To fuss around. He is going to play N, so going to reset some of that progress towards drawing the Guzma and Mal and Lana.
Great.
Because it isn't drawing like forward with Iona. What we're doing is shuffling all those items back into the deck, meaning there are more dead cards that Ghoul's going to have to draw through.
Mm-hmm. And Chucky will have a 5-card hand to work with here off of this as well. Maybe we find the Kirlia that's been missing. Maybe the Kirlia is prized.
Yeah, it's definitely very possible. I would not be surprised based on how many cards he's seen at this point.
I wouldn't either. All right, here we go. Do you spread it again? He's asking HP probably. Or pulling up the list, one of the two.
Yeah, so it looks like he like I said is trying to avoid a KO, doesn't want to give Ghouls access to that Executor, or something like Forest plus Lana's Aid. So trying to set up the numbers to take as many KOs as possible
in one swing in a couple of turns.
That said, though, I think it looks like he's just decided the Torterra is too big, so we're going to try to take the final 5 without taking a knockout on the Torterra. The boss's orders! Uh-oh, now we're going to see a stale off here. We're going to boss's orders on the Malamar.
Oh my gosh. Yuck. Chucky could have the Guzma, though. There hadn't been any incentive for Chucky to play the Guzma. But if Chucky Guzma's now, there's no good target. So just a draw pass? I think it was. Yeah, I think we just saw a draw pass from Chucky's side. I don't know. The camera's breaking up just a little bit. Probably got a bunch of people in chat right or in the table right now watching in. If I had to guess. We do see the Cynthia and Caitlin being played for Ghouls here. So he's having to discard.
We are going to get back that boss's orders.
So he's discarding Lucamine off this Sinlin.
Yeah, that's pretty weird, I have to admit. Maybe he's still thinking about it. Yep. He is going for it. Or no, he's played Lucamine to get back Sinlin. And that makes much more sense. Yep. Wow, so we are really just in a true stale off here. So now we can use Cynthia and Caitlin to draw forward at worst, and that's going to be really nice to unlock the loop here. We do have the Mallow and Lana. There it is. He's out, and he's going back in with Torterra. And one thing that Chucky didn't do here is he didn't set up any damage on the Vileplume, so there's just no way that he's getting out of this item lock now, right?
Right.
So with this prize card, he is going to be out of the 3 prize Blacephalon turn range. Blacephalon can come out and take a knockout on the Sawsbuck and the Shaman to take 2 prizes, but that is just not enough. We're going to need to see much more than that.
And I think Ghouls has found the way out of it.
Yeah, I think with that, I think the prospects are gone. Mad props to Chucky for finding a pretty viable line to victory, even if it was going to just be rolling the dice. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to stall it for enough turns, and that's that.
Yeah, because at this point, even if you did take multiple prizes, nothing's set up to just be KO'd by a Giratina ping.
That's not true. So Giratina is going to be able to take the knockout on Sawsbuck and Shaman, which is nice.
Oh, okay. Well, in that being the case, then you can take 2 here, 2 off a blindside, and you're right in this still.
Yeah, the problem is just getting the energy on the blind side. Malamar's down.
Absolutely.
And he has no access to item cards like Wondrous Patch.
Yeah.
So he's going to be relying on just Raihan, Dimension Valley, and Lucky Top decks here.
Yeah.
Doesn't find the Curly off the prizes. I have to imagine that's what he was looking for.
The Moth is 90 HP, right?
It is.
So he could take a KO with Blacephalon here as well.
Yep, he can take the knockout on the Moth. And that would leave him in range of just needing blindside on the Rosary to finish the game.
Yep.
And I think that's probably the only half-decent line to victory here.
Agree. Yep.
So the math, maybe a little bit better than I had given Chucky credit for here.
He is a doctor. So
dude, he is a doctor, and he's putting on a clinic of how to make the best out of a terrible situation. He's not giving up.
Absolutely not.
We do see the U-turn board. That's going to be helpful in letting him promote this Ralts next turn, just to give him a little bit more flexibility. but he is on a clock here. Ghouls only needs 2 more prizes to win this game, so that's going to be 2 more swings of the Torterra. They're going to be 2-2, so Ghouls just has to make sure that he can take these last 2 Torterra knockouts and minimize the chance of getting hit with a retaliation Natu blindside in return. So I'm sure that Ghouls is trying to hope for, ideally speaking, hand disruption, but I know he's already played some, so I don't know if that's going to be possible. Do see Lana's aid here. What are we getting? Going to get Shaman right back to block the blind side. Oh, no. That's going to be devastating. We're now going to have to see a Hex Maniac as well to take a blindside play, meaning that we cannot use Raihan to power up this Natu if that's what we're going for.
That does hurt. But if you do Hex, you can open up your line to the Wonder Patch, possibly.
Yep. We can Hex and Wondrous Patch. Dimension Valley has still not been committed yet.
No.
But
That's got to be the line.
That's the only line. He's got such a massive hand here. You would hope that he has it like that, but with the Curlia prize, he just hasn't been able to thin his deck. And there's no way he's going to be able to burn enough cards in his hand to hand match with Iron Boulder, and even if he did, it's not enough.
Right.
Unfortunately, Ghouls does have 3 evolutions in play still.
Yeah, chat. So this card is Chucky's only out back into this game to win this game
Yeah.
on this turn. Would be
If
this
he doesn't have that,
Natu.
he's going to have to gamble with Monkey Dory Confusion, but even that's looking pretty unlikely right now.
Agreed. Here's the Raihan.
Tell you what, this would be a good position for is that crazy Crisis Punch.
Absolutely. So what's he searching, Chucky? It looks like... Is that Curlia? Really?
I'm going to be upset if Curly is in this deck and we really whiffed it this entire time.
Yeah, nope. Scooping it up. No route back
after...
Alright, so Ghouls is able to take him down. Evan able to take Mickey down. Hey. And then Hoop and Nathan. Go check that result. We want to make sure that we get a result there. They are in turns, so let them know that they're all good just in turns. I'll come down and check that as well. That was a great game by both of our Turboblaze players. Here's what we're looking at. Here's what we're looking at on the...
Let's have a look at these pairings. So we do need to do a little bit of round resetting. We've had a lot of timeouts. Let me go ahead and reset that match and go ahead and do a little round on our other tables to see what's going on with everybody else here. So I'm going to go ahead and mute and do a little lap here.
Yep. While he does that, chat, I'll try to get the names of these players up here. So Hoop's on the grass, and Nathan is on the Psychic. I know it's the end of the round, but I want to give these players their due. They are both at 2-0 currently. And then Hoop on the grass. All right. This is down to the wire too. 2 prizes on both sides. We see an Iron Boulder being promoted by Nathan. U-turn board. And a Tulip to recover up to 4 cards from that discard pile. Looks like we're going to try to match hand size to take out this Torterra. It's possibly the goal. Or we just blindside for the win, possibly, if that's on the table. We've got a Psychic Recharge coming on to this bird. Uh-oh. Are we going to see it in this game where we didn't in... At last. I see a Wonder Patch in hand. This Iron Boulder, even though it's a big guy, it's got effective free... Well, I mean, it's got enough to cover its retreat cost right now. I don't know if there's another energy in the discard pile. Probably not. Shrink this board a little bit so we can see a little bit better. Okay. Well, that's about all we had to work with, chat. So do we see the blindside play come together from Nathan's side to possibly finish this game? There's lethal blindside damage on board. There is no Shaman. So Hoop, our Wo-Chien player, is at the mercy of what Nathan can pull. Here's the Wonder Patch coming on to the Natu. Do we have the blindside? If we have the blindside in hand, I think it's just game. Oh, no Dimension Valley. We need the Valley as well. We need one more attach. I don't think that we have access to it. Those energies have both came from the discard pile, and that is a pass. But if Hoop can't take 2 prizes this turn with his Wo-Chien, then I think Nathan just has everything lined up to be able to win this game next turn. And one of our players disappeared for a second. There we go. I think this is what it comes down to. Like, I really think that because if Hoop just passes this turn and doesn't take a KO, and also specifically if he doesn't take a KO on that Natu, then he just loses the game anyway. He just drew himself out. So there are now no cards left in Hoop's deck. So this and Elias's game are the only ones that have not concluded at the moment. Oh, and I just missed it again. I think that was a win for our Psychic player. Hex was played for our grass player. Let's see. See if I can take a look at the standings. I missed it again, chat. I got 2 different screens up. I'm looking over at one and missed that one. So let's see. They'll report it here shortly. Yeah. So Nathan did just have the closeout on the following play, the following turn, even after the Hex. Hex wouldn't have mattered. It just looked like it was an attach or Dimension Valley if he had access to one more energy there. He already had the blindside in hand, and we know that the damage was on board for that Roserade to be KO'd to the blindside for 2 prizes from, again, this little bird right. Well, I'll show you guys. It's on the other side.
So we do have our next round pairings up. We are going to be playing Evan Wiki versus Ghouls at 3-0. We're going to see another Blazer clash. So we're going to have 1 Blazer guaranteed in 4-0, and we're going to have 1 non-Blazer guaranteed in 4-0. Daisy versus Nathan on Milo Pump versus a Renegade variant. And we have Evan Wiki versus Ghouls on Monkey Tina versus Renegade. So we're really seeing a lot of the top meta here tonight. We're seeing Prize Cheating Psychic. We're seeing Monkey Psychic. We're seeing Milo Pump. We're seeing Egg Mill. I can't think of stronger 4 decks to be in contention for the big prize tonight. And I have to say, selfishly, I'm loving seeing all the Egg Mill on stream this night too.
I'll bet you are.
I'm having a great time, and I think everybody out there who is, looked at Egg Mill before, maybe struggled to play with it or struggled to figure out the vibe of the list, go back and watch these games. Ghouls is the guy. He is the Egg Mill guy. This is his list, and I can't think of many players who can play it quite like he does.
Nope. I totally agree, SBO. This is the father of the deck, and
a 3K winner at that.
Yep.
I mean,
absolutely.
Is an expert in his element here. And Evan's no slouch. Evan has played against Egg Mill many times as well. He's playing a very strong deck that we saw even when all hope seemed lost. Chucky was able to put Ghouls in a position where he could have lost if the odds were a little more against his favor. So,
and Evan's been playing well tonight, very clearly, beating some top-level players in terms of the online meta. We've seen him already take down Mickey in this tournament, and Lucas. I believe that's Lucas from... I want to say it's Lucas, but I could be wrong. One of our guys, Lucas from
I think that it is a different Lucas. Unfortunately, this guy is on to Limitless is Lucas C. If I read that correctly.
Oh yeah, that's right. I see it there, Lucas C. But yeah, taking down Mickey last round, definitely
very exciting on that double hit grass.
Had a good night so far.
Oh my gosh, and very strong leads from both players. Ghouls is going first and leads the Budu and passes! This could be Evan's chance. If he gets energy in Dimension Valley, it's game. Oh my gosh. This could be it. All he needs is energy in Dimension Valley. Can he find it? Because if he can't, leading that Budu means that this is the only turn of items that he's going to be having. So Evan has to look at his hand and play this precisely. He needs to know whether he can get the donk or whether he needs to just play it normal and get a board going.
This play will get so much better in the coming set, SBO. You want to let the crowd in on the fact that the energy that is coming to the format and
my gosh, that new telepath psychic energy.
Yep.
Y'all know a little something about telepath psychic energy. It's a capture energy that gives you a psychic energy and gets you 2 basic Pokemon.
Yep.
So I think every single psychic deck, or at least most of them, are going to be on that Guzman Hala, getting you Dimension Valley and telepath energy for a situation just like this.
And what does Mew find off of its mysterious tail, SBO?
Oh, Mew gets you an item such as that juicy tag call,
Yep.
effectively giving you a second copy of Guzma and Hala and one that Mew is able to find.
Yep.
So the odds of you getting those sorts of lines in the coming set are going to be very, very high. The speed of Psychic is going to be going up even more than it already has.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, Levin's really studying the deck here. I imagine if he had the donk, he would have already gone for it. So it looks like, unfortunately, he's going to either have to gamble for it. Oh, he's playing Arven for turn. I don't think that he has the donk. That one turn might be all Ghouls needs to start setting up that item lock and hunkering down here. We do see him get the Battle VIP pass, setting up Mimikyu, which is a really important Pokemon in this matchup that we didn't see come out last game. Mimikyu's copycat ability can be really impactful, allowing you to copycat attacks such as Torterra's Evo Press, which could do a hefty amount of damage, or even more dastardly, copying the Exeggutor's block attack, putting the Eggmill player in a bit of a stalemate where they could themselves get decked out by Mimikyu copying Exeggutor. And we do
this is a much more explosive turn from
Evan. A strong play, and we do see.
Oh my gosh, that's it.
He flipped heads. That's game.
Inkay.
Fantastic work. He had to go for it, and we're gonna see Evan take it home 4-0 into just a terrible way to go out for Ghouls after such a strong run tonight.
That's crazy.
But when you do play 2 30 HP Pokemon in your deck, I mean, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. It's happened to me more times than I'd like to admit.
So we move to table 1 then.
So let's go see our other 3-0 match and see who is going 3-0 match and see who is going to be taking down Evan Wiki in the finals. We've got Renegade, a deck after my own heart here, though with some interesting changes. Playing against Milo Pump, our fan favorite water deck.
And chat, here's the new Inkay for those of you who don't know. And I say new, it's not new. It is the new choice of Inkay since the Mega Evolutions 3K because of its fighting resistance. So baked into that is also a 1 for 30, which in this meta is also really great. You just saw how great it was. 1 for 30 on a coin flip. Hey, that's all we needed right there to clear that Budu and take down the game. So this is the preferred Inkay that we're seeing played much more nowadays, even though it doesn't have a shiny variant. You know, it is much more useful these days.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. And we're seeing a lot of that attack going on basics lately. In water, for example, we do see the new Sobble have that same attack, coin flip 1 for 30. Palafin has the same attack if memory serves. There's a couple other Pokemon that have that same Froakie. So it's a common attack that we're seeing a lot of basics these days running amok with. All right, so it does look like we've seen the Colress experiment. We're going to get rid of the Lana's fishing rod. So it's going to eliminate the possibility of doing a double blindside play. And is that Dimension Valley? Ooh. That's tough cards to Lost Zone right there. One thing that this deck does not have that is often very important in this matchup is 2 cards, actually, I should say. The Crisis Punch in order to one-shot the Wailord, and the Reset Stamp in order to go for a trapping line in the endgame with Sableye. So without those tools, I do think that Renegade is going to struggle into this matchup a little bit. We do see the Drizzile. Are we going to see Drizzile? Sorry, what just happened? I'm very confused. An Ultra Ball here. Taking the Octillery. Not really sure what was going on with the Frostmoths and the Drizzile. Hmm. We do see the evolution into Frostmoth and Octillery. Drawing a couple cards, Nas doesn't want to commit to the Drizzile until he's seen the rest of the hand. I think that's a very smart thing to do. You're getting one less card, but you're getting a lot more knowledge, allowing you to select your Drizzile better based on the cards you draw forward with here. So, I mean, ideally, we'd love to see a couple energies come down on the Wailord this turn. And even more ideally, an evolution into Wailord.
And there's your Drizzile. So
Now, this Feebas is a dangerous Pokemon to bench. Would be very surprised to see this hit the field because Mew's Psi Power Attack would make that a free prize card.
absolutely.
I think that would be a really poor Pokemon to bench at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
In fact, really at any stage of the game in this matchup, that Feebas is a walk-in liability. But we'll see. That Psi Power Attack is not an easy one to remember, so I wouldn't be surprised if Daisy maybe doesn't think about it and benches anyway. We're going to see the Shady Dealings here. Curious what we're going to get. Could be some energy. Could be that Wailord.
That's what I'm thinking. Have we seen Supporter committed for turn?
No, it looks like we are going to Irida for...
That's what I thought.
My sleeve. Oh, we have a sleeve issue. That's fine. Yeah. I'm going to have to guess that once that is resolved, I'll give them an extra minute.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, take something out of the prize card, but I'm sure Daisy's got...
Yeah. It looks like it's just an outer sleeve, so that could be a pretty easy replacement here. And I'm going to have to guess that if Daisy's taking the Irida off the Shady Dealings here, we're probably going to see something like a Capacious Bucket plus Wailord to try to get that guy established, right?
Yeah,
that said,
probably exactly what we're looking at here, I would think.
Yeah. I mean, that said, I think that this is looking like a pretty good board for Renegade here. It looks like we're going to be able to get to that 10 in the zone pretty quickly with the Colress in the discard pile and the Shuppet in play. That said, I'd love to see the Inkay and the Ralts get put into play pretty soon here in order to support some attacks.
Yeah.
Iron Boulder chunking into the Wailord would be really nice.
And we know you have to counter pressure this, it feels like, for sure.
You do. You cannot, especially given the tools that this build of Renegade has, you can't really afford to sit back and let the Wailord run away too hard here.
Right.
Because you don't have access to that reset stamp. You don't have access to the Crisis Punch. Yes. So if you fall too far behind, there is no real way to catch back up.
And there's the Wailord, and we see... Wait a minute.
The Capacious Bucket, but he's taking a splash. Let's make sure. I think
that does not work. That does not work.
Not a water energy.
Not a water energy.
Undefined to make sure.
Until it's attached, and then it becomes a water energy.
That is correct. You can't take splash. So splash needs to go back into your deck.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't know that.
Yep.
No worries.
All right, Spencer's super on the ball on that one. That's a very classic ruling that I think catches newer players to the format off guard. Splash energy looks like it should be a water energy. It's got water written all over it, but if you read the fine print of the card, splash energy says that it provides water energy only once it's attached to a Pokemon. Until then, it's simply a splash energy and not a water energy.
Exactly. Splash energy is one of those weird ones. It's got a lot of text on this card, to be honest, to be a Pokemon card.
It does. And, in normal gameplay, you don't have to read all that text. But in these edge cases like this, you do have to be aware of what it really means.
Yep. And sorry, chat, for the compression on Daisy's side. This kind of tends to happen, especially in our later rounds, as players start to linger around the tables. Compression starts to pull up a little bit. But I'll keep you guys in terms of what's attacking from Daisy's side on the overlay so that you guys know exactly what we're seeing.
We do see two energies from the Capacious Bucket have came down onto the Wailord, so that's going to put Daisy up in a pretty good position to start swinging with Wailord next turn.
Gosh.
That means that we're going to see one more turn. We do see the Inkay hit the field here. I think that's a pretty solid choice. We want to make sure that we're able to start looping Iron Boulder to break through this gigantic Wailord, ideally. And very smart Daisy does recognize the attack of Psi Power. Not going to let that Psi Power take a free knockout on the Feebas. Instead, the Psi Power is just going to be doing a little tickling around the board. Could be worse. Looking like a pretty sad hand, though. I wonder if we see retreat into Comfy to keep filling the lost zone. Yep. Seems like a pretty solid play. Oh, it's a tough choice. We got Countercatcher and some other card. The Countercatcher is not a card you want to lose in this matchup. And Gardevoir. I would be zoning that Gardevoir without a second thought, personally. Yep. But then again, I haven't played this deck without quite all the comeback pieces, so maybe I'm not sure. Gardevoir can be a pretty important card in this matchup. If you do get enough energy on Gardevoir, it does have the capacity to hit for big numbers and take out Wailord. But it's a pretty big resource sink and not a line that is commonly able to do.
Alright, chat, so let me show you the engine of this Lost Zone deck and all of the others.
Play Avery, and we are going to get rid of the Bench Fairy and Mew, recognizing that without Feebas in play and without any sniping options in the deck other than Inteleon, that card's probably not super valuable. So now Daisy's sort of in the position where they're going to have to find a way to switch, get 2 energies on the Wailord, and switch into the Wailord to start putting on the pressure.
Sounds like an Arvin to me.
Could evolve. Say it again?
Sounds like an Arvin to me.
Yeah, I believe they played Avery this turn, unfortunately.
Yeah.
There is definitely it would be very nice if we could find a line into Inteleon here to get the U-turn board and attack with Inteleon. It seems like the best attacker in this position to me. But instead, we are going to commit to the Wailord and just gather the crew one more time for nobody. That's kind of an unfortunate way to go out this turn.
Yeah.
So losing a turn here, going to give Renegade some time to get another card in the Lost Zone, evolve into the Malamar. Got to get rid of that Buddy Poff, and you have to keep the recycle energy.
How many cards are in their Lost Zone, SVO?
There are currently 4 cards in the Lost Zone.
Okay, we have chat a counter here.
Yep. Yep, so we are playing on this turn, so there's going to be no option to play Colress Experiment this turn, so we're not going to get 10 now, but I think there's a high probability that we could get into 10 next turn by using Banette for Colress Experiment and then finding either the Blender or the Lost Vacuum. You do see 6 fresh cards. We've already used the Flower Selecting ability. Could scoop up net here.
Yeah, and this was a card that I wanted to highlight to you guys, chat, in case you were any new to the archetype or the format, any of those answers there.
Auto Compressor, the fantastic.
Comfey for being in the active spot. It can Flower Select every turn. Look at the top 2 cards and throw one of those into the Lost Zone and put the other one into your hand. So it starts this whole chain of reaction. Then you go into the Banette, which sends itself to the Lost Zone. It can fetch a supporter card out of the discard pile. They play the Colress's Experiment supporter card to look at the top 5 cards of their deck, and then they get to keep 3 of those, and 2 of those go into the Lost Zone, all fueling up to the Sableye, which hopefully we'll see in this game. I'll go ahead and pop him up too. You guys can see him. This Sableye is what it all comes down to at the end game. Once you get 10 cards into the Lost Zone, then for a Psychic Energy, Sableye has the same attack as the Blacephalon that we see wrecking havoc on the 3-prize turn, but it can just do it as many times as it wants. It places 12 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon in any way that you would like. So as we see this number tick up towards 10, just be aware that Daisy becomes on a little bit more of a time clock, so the longer that they have to wait here and let Nathan just go through actions, the worse off it can get for them.
Yep. We do see this battle compressor going to get some energy in the discard pile to use with Malamar, as well as get that Giratina into the discard pile. He does choose to pre-deploy the Giratina, which I'm not sure that I would like to do because the list does play Rough Seas in order to heal those Giratina pings. Oftentimes it's better to save Giratina for when you're immediately going to get value off of the pings. We do see the Iono get played, and we're going to shuffle our hands and draw a couple more. I'm sure that Nate will not be complaining about that. And the energy is fully up on the Wailord, so now we just have to find a way to retreat this Basculin, and we're going to be able to start putting on the pressure.
And so looking ahead a little bit here, E, what do we think SBO wants to see out of these two decks, matchup-wise? There's a preference?
That's a really good question. I do think that, I mean, I don't know. I haven't played Monkey Tina enough to know how it is into Milo Pump.
Yeah.
I would have to imagine that it can struggle to get to that 240 number. And so you're sort of relying on using Natu Blindside to take extra prizes or Blacephalon to try to cripple the board such that you can two-shot the whale.
We found the rope, E.
Okay.
So we were able to get into the Wailord that turn.
Yep, and the rope is going to be great for Nate because we can re-promote the Comfey and just keep digging through the deck and lost zoning a couple more cards. I wouldn't be upset if we just smashed into the Wailord with Iron Boulder here, but it would make me way happier if we found a way to get 10 into the Lost Zone and start attacking with Sableye. That Feebas, while it only has 30 HP, is a really great Lost Mine target.
Hey, Nate, pull your Lost Zone count over for me a little bit, so stream. Thank you.
That's beautiful. Yep. Perfect. So we are going to go up to 5 cards in the Lost Zone after this flower selecting. Got another difficult decision. Going to get rid of the Fog Crystal here. Going to keep the energy. I think that's definitely the best call. We do see the Sableye in hand, the Lost Blender in hand, but no way to get into that Banette. That's so sad. You're going to play Gladion. There's Curlia. There's Ralts. That explains a lot. And Guzma. Going to be honest, dude. I think you got to take the Guzma here.
Ooh. Pretty rough spot to be in, for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not feeling super great about the prospects. Once this Whaler gets up without an X factor like the Crisis Punch or the Reset Stamp, it's going to be pretty hard to break it.
And Daisy's done a good job so far of, I mean, they know that there are liabilities on board, but Nathan hasn't taken a single prize yet. So once the prizes start flowing, Daisy's going to have to recognize, okay, I now cannot rebench X, Y, or Z, or I just lose the game instantly.
The right call here is we see that Daisy has 6 Pokemon in play, and Nate has 6 prize cards to take, right?
Yep.
So unless we use Natu in order to blindside or something like that, we're not going to be able to actually take the 6 cards needed without getting through Wailord. And to that effect, we're going to probably want to see a scoop-up net from Daisy's side to get rid of one of those Pokemon to avoid Natu being used to get 6 prize cards without going through Wailord.
And there's a nasty little counter catcher.
Yeah,
for
the
those
counter
of you
catcher there, I
players.
don't think I would have used that. That's such an important resource. And with Inteleon still live,
Yep.
Octillery on the field, the odds of getting stuck there are just so low. Yeah, I don't think that was a good use of the counter catcher at all.
As we immediately see a Guzma response. So now you're going to lose your attacker, the only thing that could chunk into this whale.
Yep, it's not good at all. Yeah, I would probably want to have seen that saved for something like what we talked about. Iono to 1, counter catch the Frostmoth, lost mine.
Yep.
That's the textbook plays you got to see from this deck.
Exactly.
And now that line is just completely gone. There's no reset stamps. There's no way to hand disrupt down to a low hand as well as boss's orders.
Yep.
So we do see the Nat2 here. This is going to be pretty important. The Rough Seas has not been used to heal those damage counters off. So Nat2 is going to be able to find the blind side and take 2 prize cards. We have to keep in mind, though, that I believe the Lana's Fishing Rod was lost zoned at the beginning of this match.
Yep.
Unless I'm thinking of a different round. We do see the Boulder come back. I definitely think we should probably try to swing with Boulder if we can manage it.
It's a lot of cards in Daisy's hand. I think 7's what's being represented there.
Mm-hmm. We get the rope. Rope's not what you want to see, though.
What's the other choice?
Can't tell if it was Field Blower or something else.
Can't either.
No, Guzman Hollow was the second choice. I think that's definitely the one to get rid of. Escape Rope could definitely be a valuable resource throughout this game. And it's just looking like another nothing sort of turn here.
Do you have a recharge onto the Boulder?
Yeah, but we've already manualed onto the Comfy, so there's just nothing to be done. It looks like this game is just going to slip away. No, oh, sorry, I was mistaken. That was not a manual this turn then.
But I still don't think you're hand matching this.
Yeah, there's just no way. That's 7 in hand.
Yep,
nope, not going to happen. Just a pass. And with 8 in hand and Inteleon and Milotic both still available, we can really craft a strong turn this round.
Let me get my boy on screen because he is just taking over this game. This Wailord chat is a menace. Once you get it powered up with Milo Pump, and we saw Daisy.
I tell you what, man, we used to be pretty scared of 200 HP Wailord in the format. We didn't know how good we had it.
Yep.
This guy has 240 HP. That is rivaling EX Pokemon, like Raging Bolt EX. And this is a single prize Pokemon in GLC. This thing is absolutely titanic. And if your deck doesn't have an answer to Wailord, you better hope that you have a lot of ways to get around Wailord. It's one of those cards like we talked about, RDT, the Ting Lu. That's a card that people have to be prepared for if you're going to survive in this meta. And I would argue that especially given its recent success, Wailord is a card that if you're planning to be a top-level GLC player and take down a big tournament like this, your deck has to have a game plan into Wailord.
Better respect it for sure.
You have to respect it. And that doesn't necessarily mean being able to one-shot it. Some types just don't have the capacity to do that.
Right.
You're going to have some sort of answer, whether that be disruption, whether that be two-shotting it or something else. And there's that Rough Seas we talked about. Healing away those damage pings. We're going to see the Guzma, and Inteleon is able to give Versa Seeker out of the deck and play Guzma to just keep that Iron Boulder from even getting a hit in. And now 3 prize cards to 6. It's not looking very good for our Renegade player here. Oh, and we are going to take out the Malamar. I think, you know what? I think that's probably a smarter long-term solution.
Yeah, and depending on how many cards you still have in your hand, like Nathan had to play down a little bit ago and still wasn't able to.
Yeah, he's just taking a prize card, so that's going to be a pretty big hand. Obviously, the draw for turn and the Comfy are going to help.
Yep.
But even still, we do still have access to Milotic. We could, absolutely see Versus Seeker come back out of the discard pile. Malin Lana could be in hand as well. So there's a world where you chunk into this Wailord and it just heals a bunch of it off. It's a lot of things to think about. And unfortunately, that's red card versus Sableye. So now red card hits the Lost Zone too. That's another resource gone. We do evolve into the Banette, but now we've filled the Lost Zone so much that we don't even need it.
Yep, and here you go. You can actually use the Lost Vacuum.
We are going to Lost Vacuum away the Rough Seas. I think that's a good call.
Having to
Make
get
sure
rid
that
of
goes
the
to the Lost Zone. Make sure it can't come back thanks to the Milotic.
Yep.
But yeah, now with 10 in the zone, the Banette doesn't feel as effective as it usually is. Usually you like to use the Banette to fill your Lost Zone to 10 to avoid Lost Zoning 2 other cards.
Right. Exactly.
But now we've sort of overkilled it. We're going to get 12 in the zone. And what supporter do we want to have back? Iono, I think, is a great choice. Get that hand down to a matchable size, play a couple cards off, and then retreat into Boulder.
Yep.
I love this play.
You have your Sableye powered up as well.
You do.
So you're looking forward. You're set up to do exactly what your deck wants to do.
Yep, absolutely. And if I was the Renegade player, I don't know that I would actually even go with the Iron Boulder here. I would probably try to get that KO on the Feebas before it evolves.
Right.
So I'd like to see the Sableye go in this turn. Yeah, take out the Octillery. That Pokemon is super important.
Especially after you're doing what you're doing right now.
I would do 3 on that Feebas. I would do 8 on that Octillery. And you can put the last one wherever you'd like. And that looks like exactly what's going to happen.
All right.
Definitely taking the Feebas for 3. We got 9 more to work with. So, again, my vote would be to take out the Octillery, but we'll see if he sees it my way. He is just going to go for maximal prize cards right now. Taking out the Basculin. Don't think that Basculegion was in the list, but I can double check just to make sure. Daisy is not playing the Basculegion, so I think that I would not have taken the knockout on the Basculin. That's something that's going to probably stick around for a while.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that the Octillery is probably just a bit more valuable. You want to minimize the amount of card draw that can happen since Inteleon's been spent already.
Yeah, and you just Ionoed them to 3, like.
Yeah, it seems like
give them an out to play more cards and then see more cards. Yeah.
Seems like prime time to get rid of that stupid Octillery.
And it took no more prize. It took no. They took
no more.
Same amount of prize cards. Yeah.
And we've just gotten a couple more damage counters on the Wailord. Not enough to really be too impactful, in my opinion.
How many are on it? 4.
Yep, just 4 damage on the Wailord, so not actually fixing any particular math.
Not yet.
So again, we have to ask, what does he think the prize mapping is here? Because in my mind, the prize mapping has to be on those benched Pokemon, taking out 4 of them through natural means, and taking out 1 of them through a TM blindside for my 6 prize cards. Oh, and we do see the Devo spray on the Inteleon. That's going to give full access to the deck next turn to Daisy. So we're going to knock out the Sableye here. Even if we come up with the Iron Boulder next turn, because the Inteleon in hand, we know that Daisy's going to be able to use Malin Lana to heal off some damage. And that is going to be the knockout on the Sableye. We're going to go down 2 prize cards to 4 here. But the board just looks so insurmountable on Daisy's end. We do finally get the Ralts off the prize cards. Be nice to find a way back into the Sableye this turn. You know, now that we have evolved into Drizzile, I think that would be a Pokemon that I would like to take out here for sure. Again, shame that we didn't take out the Octillery before here, but taking out the Drizzile seems all right to me. Another thing to keep in mind is, again, thinking about prize mapping for a second. Suppose that those 4 damage counters in the Wailord had been put on the Octillery or something like that instead.
Now you take 2 more.
Right. We could have been... The Octillery would only have 4 HP left, so you'd be able to do 4 on the Octillery, 8 on the Drizzile. Maybe if we had done our Giratina pings a little differently, we could be taking another 2 prize cards on this turn.
Well, you still could, even on the... If you wanted to take 2 prizes specifically, you could take the Moth too. Now,
yeah, I mean, we definitely don't want to do that because
Right,
we need to be
exactly.
taking the TM blindside play to take our last
Right.
2 prize cards.
Yes.
So it's pretty tight, unfortunately. I don't know if Scoop Up Net's been consumed.
I don't think so yet.
The scooping
I've
up the
seen
Giratina and getting it into the discard pile seems like a pretty crucial part of prize mapping these last 2 turns here.
Yeah.
Because if we can find a way to take out the Drizzile, set up damage on the rest of the board such that Tina Ping takes out 1 more, and Nachi Blindside takes the final 2 prize cards, that's what we need to see. We do see the Iono. There's a good start here. Hopefully we find the Sableye that's been shuffled back into the deck with Super Rod. We're going to need to find the energy as well. And ideally, there is that Scoop Up Net. And Curlia, we're going to get... Oh, this is fantastic. We can now scoop up the Giratina, get into the discard pile, and do exactly what I just said and take 2 prize cards.
Are we into the Sableye?
Oh, no! Why are you shuffling your deck? No! Oh, that's so devastating. And he shuffles his deck, meaning that Sableye is now further out of reach from being drawn with the Curlia. That's so sad to see.
That's what I was wondering, is we're not getting back into the Sableye just yet.
And Ralts was played this turn. It wasn't allowed to evolve anyway. That's a great catch from Daisy in the chat. Yep. Nonetheless, we can still prepare it for next turn, right? We can still go for Sableye here, take out, well, ideally, take out the Drizzile, set up Math on the Octillery to get pinged in the future. So I still think that it's good to pick... No! No, don't scoop up the Comfey.
I don't know. I don't know
I'm
if we have
appalled.
access to the Sableye right now.
Okay, no. Okay, he does scoop up. No, he doesn't scoop up the Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is just such an unfortunate way to go out. He doesn't even opt to go into the Comfey to try to draw for it. He just wastes his scoop up net for no apparent advantage.
Yeah, right, because you could have
went for
the Comfey and then scoop up net of the Comfey.
Yeah, you could just retreat into Comfey and draw the Sableye and do it that way. It's still not a winning line, but at least it's better than just doing nothing with it.
Well, if you would have hit Sableye off of your, I don't know if there was energy.
Well, the problem is even if you hit Sableye off of that, you're not winning. You have to get the Tina into the discard pile to get the damage to map this out properly. But such is life. He Iona'd for it, and he just didn't find the Sableye, and sometimes that happens.
Yep.
He does slam into the Wailord. He does Iono away the Inteleon, but now we're really seeing that lack of killing the Octillery come back to bite, because now he can just draw up once more.
Yeah. No.
And, I mean, this is just crushing, frankly.
Daisy will just have the onus to try to close this out.
Yeah, with the evolution into the Inteleon here, the use of this counter catcher already, I don't really see any good line to victory here, unfortunately.
No.
We would have to probably Guzma up the Frostmoth and just get lucky. And yeah, that is going to be a concession, unfortunately.
All right. So that will set us up for finals. So we'll have Daisy.
Oh, and yeah. Yep, we're going to see Daisy on Milopump in the finals. Really exciting. We're going to see our Turboblaze Milopump deck in the finals against our Turboblaze player, Evan Wiki. Not playing a Turboblaze deck, though. That's quite all right. All right, let's take a look at some of the rest of the round. We got 4 minutes left in this round, so a little bit before I have to go around and start talking to people calling for time here. So looking at some of the other players in this round, we do have John Patterson has gone up 3-1. Congratulations to him. Chud Jack Gaming is also up 3-1, which is really exciting to see. Of course, those night draws on. More and more people have been dropping from the tournament. We're down to, I think, about 17 people have still stuck it out in the tournament. One more round to go, and so one lucky player who plays all 5 rounds, they will get a sweet custom GLC Turtwig illustration rare. Back in my league over in a 95 Game Center, Wilmington, Delaware, we do custom card prizes for all of our monthly tournaments and our weekly free play. And luckily enough, our supplier sent us actually a lot more copies than we expected. And so we're going to share some of the love with y'all this whole year in Turboblaze's weekly trials and async matches. We are raffling away those free custom cards, playable anywhere that allows you to use custom cards and proxies. They feel really nice. If you actually get one in hand, I mean, it's like almost indistinguishable from a real card once it's in the sleeve. They're super sweet.
Including here, Ronnie.
Oh, yeah. You can play them in any Turboblaze tournament. We don't care. We're all about those signed cards, proxies, customs.
They look
all that
awesome too, guys. Like, this is like another one of those things where if SBO had his hands on it, it probably looks really good. Turned out really good.
Man. Yeah, absolutely. You know, over at Turboblaze, we're just trying to see people play GLC. We love it when people try to customize their deck, play proxies for cards that you don't have yet. We're all about all that stuff. We just want to see people playing GLC.
So a couple minutes left. I'm setting up our overlay for finals.
Yep, we already know who's going to be in the finals, so we can get that wrapped up. This is super exciting. Evan's our last hope to keep this N on defense. Keep this N in our Turboblaze team. All right, so looking around at some of the last tables here. Those look like almost every round is concluded. We just have 2 more matches waiting to finish up. We've got Rano versus Count Sligu. Let's see how that game is going. Looks like it's just concluded. So I'm sure that will be reported momentarily. And then we also have Cap'n versus Patrick Whistler near the bottom tables here. Looks like there's only 1 prize to go, so that should be concluding pretty soon as well.
Cool. I'll go ahead and reset the timer then.
Okay, and then that's that. It looks like both of those rounds have concluded. I'll wait for them to submit the results momentarily.
May want to give everyone like a 1 minute kind of
Stella.
Yeah, and just make sure everyone just check in chat and see if everyone needs a minute before last round.
Yep.
To go to the restroom or anything. We've been at it for
Absolutely.
going on 3.5 hours now, so
oh my gosh, yeah.
give our players a chance to go take a little break. Evan, luckily, should be pretty well rested. Able to win that game in about 3.5 minutes. So Evan should be pretty aiming to go here. I mean, it's all going to come down to, can Psychic scam Milo Pump? Or does Milo Pump just get out in front and stay there? We'll see. There are tons of different lines that the Psychic deck can take to try to cheat, take multiple prizes. But if that Wailord pressure is on board early enough, it could not matter. Like we saw in that last game. You know, Renegade or the Lost Zone deck is a prime example of a deck that is built to come from behind. And most Psychic decks, while they have the ability to go quickly these days through Iron Boulder, and, you know, obviously there's the patch paired with Dimension Valley, those kind of plays do exist now, but it's not like 100% guaranteed. A little bit slower of a type, generally speaking, wants to come from behind. Psychic in general. So we'll see if it can do just that. If it can stay, you know, neutral or just a couple of prizes behind, then I think that it has a good chance to pull off enough shenanigans. But if it starts bleeding prizes to Milo Pump quickly, then it could be over just as quickly as we saw that game. In terms of dominating board states and, you know, just Milo, just a whale running you over. Really. So we did want to thank everyone that did attend tonight. 17 tables. There were 33 players at the start. What that equals out to, right? So 33 players at the start of tonight. An awesome way to wrap up Pokemon Day. We have, you know, about 30 more minutes worth of Pokemon Day in the Central Time Zone. But we've got to spend the last couple of hours together. It's been really fun. I'm glad that, you know, we had a good turnout tonight, and thankful for all of you guys for sticking around with me and SBO throughout the night. Anyone who has tuned in, I'll give a shout out to our team over at Collectors Connection before we run finals here. Big shout outs to the guys over at Collectors Connection. They make everything that we do here possible, and our trips to the 3Ks. You can check them out at collectorsconnectionduluth.com, or if you're in that Duluth, Minnesota area, definitely stop by and make them your home for all of your card sport needs. Psychic versus Water. Pretty well to be expected, I would think, in 2026. It's definitely that kind of meta matchup that, like SBO was talking about, you expect to see it at all your local leagues, at all your big events. Water v Psychic is a huge player. Alright, and I'll start our timer. We'll get over to table 1 as SBO has started that timer.
Okay, we are getting ready for round 5 here. I've just gone through the last couple tables there. Just waiting on Costello's game to finish, and now that that is done, we are good to go into our final round.
Cool. Very exciting.
Yes, it is. I mean, this is the highest stakes that I think Turboblaze Trials has ever been.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. I would agree. I was telling chat that this is definitely the matchup of heavyweights. It's one of those where you can expect to see it at 3Ks, locals, anywhere that Gym Leader Challenge is played these days. Psychic versus Milo Pump is a very predominant matchup, so there's a lot of intricacies to it. Psychic has a lot of ways to cheese prizes, but Milo Pump, as we saw in the last game, you know, sometimes it doesn't care. It just blasts you in the face so fast that you either have to have some kind of answer or it's just GG's, right?
I tell you what, this is absolutely one of those meta matchups, like you said, and both these players at 4-0, they're clearly veterans of the deck. So if you're trying to study up for a tournament in the near future, this is going to be a game to watch.
We will see if Evan can hold it down for us. We see both players start with mulligans, it looks like, from that early draw there. Now, I do usually start the timer on for finals, but I've got it running. Players should know. We will not let this end in a tie. I mean, we'll call time as we, you know, players will play towards it. But normally for finals, what I do SBO is, and I know you probably do something similar, but normally I'll just start the timer whenever they start their play. But
absolutely,
I went ahead and got it running now. We'll just add about 3 minutes if need be to the game clock.
Absolutely. Do see a mulligan out here for Evan. Shout out to the GX marker. Make sure, GLC players, you never leave home without a GX marker. Those are legal in the format.
Why would you need a GX marker in Gym Leader Challenge, SBO?
Yeah, I don't know why you need a gym leader, GX marker in a gym leader challenge. There's no GX Pokemon.
There are no GX Pokemon.
There might be some GX tools. Top secret.
Yes.
Yes, there are in fact 3 GX Pokemon tools in the format. We've got the Normalium Z, the Flyinium Z, and the Dragonium Z. And hey, if you keep your GX marker out, then your opponent will have no idea whether you're using one or not. So it's little optimizations, right?
That's exactly right. I popped Dragonium up on screen just so that people knew that we weren't like talking crazy nonsense. But
no, it's real. And in the case of Dragonium, actually very meta relevant.
Yep.
Dragobox and many other dragon variants tend to play Dragonium as a way to answer that 240 HP Wailord.
Yep, exactly right. Don't want people to think that's relevant in this matchup, though. There is no Dragonium being played from the Psychic board. I can promise you that.
No, unfortunately, no Psychic Pokemon have the attack Dragon Claw, which is a necessary prerequisite.
So Evan had to give up a couple of mulligans here. Hopefully it was worth it.
Yeah.
We get a good starting hand here. We see Mimikyu start versus... what is that? Manaphy? So not the worst Pokemon to have in play if you're Daisy. You know that you're going to want to guard against blindside shenanigans. And if over on Evan's side, there's no Silent Lab. So it's only a Hex Maniac going to be able to piece that together unless you want to hit the active. We know how much of a problem that can be. So starting this Manaphy may be really good for Daisy without them knowing it at all.
Yeah, absolutely. The blind side is a big swing in this matchup, letting you get ahead in prizes, and anything that can block that is welcome.
Buddy popping, going to get them right off to the races here. You would assume that a Feebas comes off of this and probably a Sobble something to that extent, as long as the Drizzile and Inteleon line are not prized. Even if the Inteleon is prized, there's still a means or reason to get the Sobble out. You want to start getting that line evolved and brought into play.
Yep, absolutely. Sobble's going to be a great Pokemon to get here. Basically just thinking about what are the evolutions that you want to get into play first, and generally speaking, the ones that draw you cards are going to be the ones you want to get in play first. And it looks like he can get all three. He can get both of his draw Pokemon and his energy Pokemon, which is just fantastic.
So didn't need to search for Sobble then. Sobble must have been in hand, and then in that case, you don't even have to waste the Basculin for, the search there. You just use the Poffin for the draw, like you said, and the Snom.
Yep.
And you're off to the races.
That's what you'd like to do, right? Especially when you leave Manaphy. That's a dead Pokemon, right?
Yep.
That's not a Pokemon that's doing anything. And same with Basculin.
Yep.
So you don't want to add any more dead Pokemon than you have to.
No donk for this game, as we do see
Absolutely
multiple
not.
Pokemon established from Daisy's side, and
yeah, it's looking like a very strong turn one for Daisy. Hopefully, Evan can respond to that with an equally potent setup.
Hisuian
In
Heavy
case
Ball
start.
lets him see, and then there's the VIP pass as well. So we're off to the races here.
Yep, we have Battle VIP Pass. Could see U-turn board to get out of Mimikyu and go into something like that Mew.
I would.
If you wanted to.
Yep.
Or we could just see the Mimikyu stay active and attack with Filch to draw 2 cards, which would be a pretty good way to end the turn as well.
Yep. Chat, and that's somewhere where, like, I think that as a player, you can learn to, like, grow from something like this. If you're, like, sitting on, like, Raihan plays or something where you don't mind getting energy off into the discard pile, then filching is, like, a perfect thing that you can be doing, because that just invites your opponent to attack into somewhat of a lower HP Pokemon. You're still setting up. He is going to value, looks like, going off into the Mew, though. This is the play that I kind of thought was going to happen. Now, again, here you go. You're right, SBO. So here we go. We've got the attach retreat into the Mew so that the Mew can wear the U-turn board.
Yep, this is awesome.
You get the energy in the discard pile. You don't have to do the filch per se, but it still succeeds.
And of course, Evan knows that the odds of getting knocked out here next turn are pretty low. It's not really what the Milopump's trying to do. Yep. So that's going to mean he gets 2 free uses of this Mew and then can retreat maybe into an attacker on the following turn.
Yeah, it would take a lot from Daisy's side to launch anything meaningful next turn. You're talking about like a wishy-washy potentially, if anything.
Yeah.
And that's going to take a lot.
Doesn't really seem like a good line.
No.
It's not worth it.
A lot to stitch together. Nope. And the more turns that Evan gets to use this mysterious tail, the more time that Daisy allows that to happen, then Evan will be in a little bit better.
The evolution instance for next turn, which is just very nice to have. The energy is in the discard pile, so Malamar next turn will be able to get that extra attachment, which is really nice too. So a lot of things going right for Evan here.
Even the Curlia possibly online. That's the route he decides to take.
All right, and that's going to be a pass back off to Daisy. Let's see what Daisy can get going here. We'd really like to see some evolutions, of course. We'd really like to see Wailmer hit the field this turn as well. Start getting some energy on it. That is the nest ball for the Wailmer.
Yeah.
That's part of the puzzle here.
It is. Now we want to see an energy attachment onto that guy. See if we can start chaining some of these actions together for the following turns. And the cool thing for Evan is he definitely can make Daisy wait to do a manual whale, what we call a manual whale, right? Because there's not really going to be much in the way of Evan initiating, I don't think, unless like a boulder just comes up and starts swinging. But there's not going to really be a reversal Wailord initiative, I don't believe, that we're going to be seeing from this matchup. I think Evan would much rather like to take his prizes off the board rather than go through the Wailord. Now, obviously, if he can gust KO the Wailmer, then we're talking about a different story. That would be fantastic. Because we know that Psychic, I mean, we just saw it last game. Psychic historically has a little bit of a problem dealing with 240 as a number.
Yeah, it does. Absolutely. Yeah, the best thing to do would be to keep the Whalmer off the board now. And the other advantage of that, right, is, from Daisy's perspective, Daisy doesn't want to play more Pokemon than he has to because he doesn't want to give up 6 prize cards outside of the Whale Lord, right? But if you're able to kill Whalmer before it evolves, that forces them to replay the Whalmer, making it much harder for them to pick up their bench and avoid you being able to get around it.
Phew. It's about to bust. Like an old man, it feels like. All right.
Oh, nice. So we are going to be able to see the Giratina come into play. Going to be able to trade that away with Curlia's refinement ability, which is really awesome here.
Oh, yeah. This looks great. Both Evos in play. This is kind of what we were missing from the other Psychic board as well. There wasn't really much of an establishment in terms of the board presence. It was just, kind of the attackers and trying to make your way through it. But it's totally different decks, obviously, in Renegade in this. But Evan is establishing all the things that he needs to be getting online to make sure that he can combat this whale as best as he can. Once that Curlia becomes a Gallade, he can just start tutoring out plays such as Hex Maniac. We know that Hex is going to be super crucial in order to pull off a blindside play later on, unless you just knock out this Manaphy now and Daisy doesn't recover it. That would be a little foolish. Though that being said, Manaphy is one Pokemon that if it's stuck in the act, like if it's in the active freely presented to you, then you can take that off the board and say, okay, now you have to recover a 7th Pokemon. Because if you don't, I'm going to blindside you anyway.
It's Natu time, baby.
Yep.
And, if the Manaphy does come back down, that means a couple things. One, it does mean that that's an extra prize card that could be taken with, say, Blacephon or something like that. But 2, it doesn't also mean that it's the end of the world for Blindside. We do have access to Monkey Dory.
Yep.
Which could do a little bit of damage to a Pokemon in the active spot and then blindside the active spot.
Absolutely.
Or Tina Ping plus Boss plus blindside the active spot. So, it does put Daisy in a position where maybe he has to weigh the risks of benching Manaphy against the risks of making it a little bit easier to blindside, because Manaphy is not foolproof.
No.
We do see that sweet, sweet Lily's secret illustration rare played here. That's going to be 8 more cards for Evan, and with the Natu in play threatening that blindside, sort of baiting Daisy into replaying the Manaphy if it ends up going down here. Now, we do have an attachment from Malamar available to us. We're going to need to see another way to cheat an energy into play, either through Wondrous Patch or Dimension Valley, if we're going to swing with the Giratina this turn. We do see the attachment to Mimikyu, so instead, opting to play a wider board here.
Filch.
Just filch up. That seems pretty reasonable to me. And that sets you up pretty perfectly for a response Giratina next turn if this Mimikyu is knocked out.
Absolutely. Perfect. Good
this is awesome.
from Evan.
Now, one thing that we do have to watch out for is, of course, there are cards like Avery, which could disrupt this board.
Yep.
So, overbenching cards like Natu does put you at risk for something like an Avery being played. Instead, we do see the N. They're going to both shuffle in, take 6 prize cards, and this is how these sort of mid-range matchups go a lot of times. Both players don't really necessarily want to be the aggressor because taking the first prize card naturally means overextending yourself a little bit. It means that you're putting yourself liable to getting disrupted a little harder by N and Iono. The Pokemon card game is usually set up so that the aggressor has to work a little bit harder than the defender. So, Daisy's got a lot of piece together here if he wants to attack with Wailord. We do find the Whale. We're going to need to see a couple more energies and a pivot here. The other option is, of course, we could start evolving up the Inteleon line and using that as an early attacker, which is often a good choice into Psychic with the low HP Pokemon they have. Yeah, we do see Earthen Vessel is going to get a couple more energy here, so that is going to be plenty of energy if we plan to take a knockout with Wailord here. I have to admit, though, unless there's an Octillery in play, I think that I would probably want to chill out a little bit.
Yeah, it is a little scary.
Like, Wailord with 4 energy is really strong, but it is not invincible, and it's also not necessarily the easiest to get back into play a second time. Once the Psychic player has the ability to establish something like Gallade, it's going to be very easy to just keep targeting down the Wailmer and make it so that the Wailord never comes back online.
Right.
So you have to be a little wary about going for a line like this and putting your Wailord in harm's way when you may not have the ability in your hand to actually respond effectively to just Giratina punching into it. But then again, this might have been the only thing that Daisy had access to after that N.
And to be fair, it's not the worst thing in the world either. I mean, it is a
No,
huge Pokemon.
It is a prize card. We're taking the lead here.
Yep.
And it does put Evan in the position of having to respond to this.
Yep.
The Manaphy does stay on the bench as well, which is very nice. Yeah.
Yeah, see, now things, and that's kind of where definitely having access to the Manaphy right off the rip is a kind of a silent blessing, because it's another piece that it's stressing here. Like, if you've end, so now unless Evan specifically has Guzma or Hexmaniac, this is just a potential turn that is totally negated by a Mallow and Lana.
It really is. That's exactly right.
That's what you risk with these Milo Pump decks, is that if you can't take a prize, any kind of prize, your whole turn could be negated.
Absolutely. 2-shotting the Wailord is the idealist thing to do, but 3-shotting a Wailord, that feels pretty bad. You basically just gave up a prize card at that point.
And sometimes, and possibly in this case, you give up multiple prize cards to it.
Oh, yeah. So Evan's got a lot of stuff to think about on this turn. Evan does get a little bit more energy thanks to the Fog Crystal. Oh, looks like Evan's camera has frozen. That's going to be a big problem.
He froze for me too.
Yeah, that is not good. I'm going to go ahead and mute and see what I can do about this here.
Sure. Yep, Evan, mid-Fog Crystal just freezes. So to be fair, It looks like everybody's having some harsh issues right now. Discord is Discord's been pretty compressive tonight. Daisy's still looking okay though. Their board's still holding up. You can see him doing the little leg tap that I'm so accustomed to myself. Uh-oh. That's always scary, chat. Let's come look at my face. Technology. What are you going to do? You know. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. These players another time extension if Evan is able to get back in. Imagine it's either... We hope it's nothing crazy. Evan is up in the Minnesota area, so sometimes there are some wild storms that roll through. Give me just a second, chat. I'll try to figure this out. Alright, and we are back. So we will give those players a couple of extra minutes. Probably, I'm just going to edit this. We're going to 27 minutes.
Looks like we are good. We're just going to add an extra 3 minutes onto the timer for them to account for the delay, and then we should be good to keep rolling.
Yeah. I called Evan. He said that he had, that is, something that went out. It went out earlier on him too.
Yeah.
Cool. So all back. Turn was on Evan. So we did see a fog crystal played for, I'm guessing, an energy.
Yeah, it was an energy. And I believe that he traded that away, and now he's taking Gallade here, and he's going to use that Buddy Catch.
Ooh.
So this is pretty cool. This is going to give him a lot of leeway to disrupt this turn here, and Hex is definitely a great way to do it. Obviously, he doesn't have Octillery yet, but this is going to block any potential for Octillery or Drizzile here. Yeah, this is a pretty solid way to try to keep on the pressure. Obviously, he has no way to knock out the Wailord. He's just trying to make it as likely as possible that he can two-shot it. are probably going to see
Energy retrieval.
Retrieval. I have to assume that he has access to Zatu here to accelerate and draw.
There's no way.
Oh.
I'm going to look at his list, I think. There's no way that he gets into a blindside right here, does he? No, we're just going for Tina. Like you said, we're just going to reliably try to two-shot it.
Yep.
Along with a Hex. Now, this is a little sketchy because you don't have any urgency to search out versus Seeker. I mean, you can, but it's going to take a supporter and then you're going to be a turn behind. But So I don't love using Hex here, but I get trying to keep Daisy just off of abilities for another turn. Daisy hasn't really shown, though, that they had much going on in way of...
No, I think that if Daisy had it like that, we would have seen it played down.
Yeah,
obviously, there's one card off the prizes and one card off the top of the deck that could be an out into those options.
Evan just basically saying to Daisy here with this play, you're not going to tutor out Mallow and Lana. You're either going to have it.
Just a devastating pull here.
Yep.
And it doesn't look like that's what's going to happen.
Yep.
Now, of course, we could still see something like Luxurious Cape, but with Gallade in play, that Luxurious Cape is just not going to be sticking.
Absolutely not. As long as Field Blower is in the deck.
And even if we did see Rough Seas here, the Monkey Dory is able to put that 30 right back.
Yep.
So this definitely feels like a bit of a checkmate where this Whale Lord's probably just going to take one more prize and then go down. And it doesn't look like there's much of anything going on in the hand right now. This is not what you like to see. It's just going to be another knockout with no Pokemon played. It's possible that the Drizzile's in hand just has to be saved. We'll have to wait till next turn to find out. Meanwhile, over on Evan's side of the board, we do have the ability to just start looping this Giratina. We can get the supporter that we need with Gallade. We can see another item with Mew. There's a lot going on over here, and not a lot going on over on Daisy's side.
No.
Yeah. It's tough. I mean, obviously, I'm sure if Daisy had access to Drizzile or Octillery, he would have done it.
That's what I think. I agree.
Sometimes you just draw into the wrong cards, and this is the line you have to go for.
I've been there this week.
I think that this is definitely a good showcase if you are a player thinking about Milo Pump and debating what's the best line to do. I think this is a good showcase of why, if you have the option to, swinging with something other than Whale Lord first, such as Inteleon or Wishy-Washy, can often be a safer play.
I called that out early. Like, it was like, if we swing with the Wishy-Washy, it feels like could be a little bit better in this scenario, too.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, Wishy-Washy can shuffle itself away. It doesn't give up a prize card, but it's still, damaging to your board state. But it's not like Whale Lord, where you need to evolve. You need all four energy. It's just a little less committal, and it's doing the same thing. It's taking prize cards and tanking a hit.
Now, that being said, if this whale does go down, you're literally just still looking at a Drizzile for Irida for Wishy-Washy response.
That's absolutely true.
You're talking about very easy to tutor out plays as long as you just have access to pulling them off.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah.
And I wonder if there's a world where...
what Evan decides to do with his supporter here, because there's a lot of options, right?
Yeah.
We could, try to fish for that Versus Seeker Hex, potentially, but that's not guaranteed. And that could be an overextension of resources as well.
Yeah, it's weird. Like I said, now, and you may have very well bought yourself the exact turn that you needed, being able to two-shot through this whale. We still have to find an attack, but I mean, Raihan can piece it together easily.
Yeah, we could just Raihan if need be.
I wonder if what is Evan trying to figure out here, because this whale has 130 on it, 110 left. I'm wondering if he's trying to piece together a way where he could blindside this whale lord for 2 prizes. I don't know if that's something that he's working
that's definitely
towards.
Something we could look at here. We would need to get 2 energy on Natu and Dimension Valley and a dark
Plus
on
one
Monkey.
on Monkey.
So that seems, it's like a lot to try to piece together.
But one of them comes from your Malamar, so that's not as many as you actually would think.
We are going to get the Zatu. That's another way we could accelerate energy.
Yeah. And as
especially
long as you have the timepiece.
Timepiece, yeah.
What is that, Arvin?
So I can't tell what supporter that is. Is that Tulip?
I can't tell either. One of us thought Tulip, the other thought Arvin. Arvin was played first turn. I think that is Tulip.
Tell you what, Tulip, not a card I like to see in Monkey Tina. I'm a big believer in playing Clara to get back your basic dark energy, but they're very similar effects. Did you see the Wonders patch on Natu? Looks like he's found the combination.
I told you.
He's going to use Malamar.
I told you.
Now we just need to see the dark energy for turn.
I told you. I thought this was a chance. I thought there was a chance that he odd this line.
Now, did he just take, we got the psychic energy. Nope, just a manual attach. Blind side.
Does he realize?
So the Whale Lord can die, yeah, because it does have 140 damage on it. It was pinged by Tina earlier, and it is just going to die blind side.
Cool. The Tina ping. That's what I missed. That's why I asked.
And that's a fantastic turn. That's actually going to bring the prize race back up to even, so sort of canceling out the fact that it was a 2-shot.
Yeah.
Using Natu's extra prize card ability, ancient trait. And then that's
what was taking him so long to look through, because it was like, how do I piece together?
I had to make sure that he had all the energy attachments he needed, plus the blind side.
Yeah.
Perfect. So now this is a tricky situation. Like you said, if we do have access to Drizzile, we're probably okay, but I'll be honest, I don't feel like we're that lucky.
Blind side. Yep.
Can't keep that, Evan. That's not allowed. Discard
this is a scary position to be in.
Ow. Yeah, you know what would be good in this situation? I know it's not been developed. They never developed the Basculin. But Basculegion would be pretty good here, huh?
Yeah, it would be. Unfortunately, Daisy does not run Basculegion, but this is a great showcase of why you might want a card like Basculegion.
Yeah, I've
played just a very low resource. It's a clean punch for 120, no frills.
Confusion on top of the fact. Just a good card.
Yes, the Confusion has came in clutch many, many times for me. Wow.
So the problem for Daisy here is that you are just a little bit limited, but like I said, okay.
You have the Drizzile.
You could respond.
The question is, do you go for a very specific line like Irida, or do you go for like a more general stabilizing line such as Lily's Determination and just try to see a better hand?
Sure. Try to get into your Octillery.
Don't know what the other 3 cards in the hand are, but obviously we'd love to see Octillery come down this turn to just see a fresh new hand as well. Can't have it all, though.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't think I would mind to see a hand dump either. Something like a Lily's just to try to refocus and refill everything back up.
Yeah, it's very possible. It's possible that he might have some cards in hand already to where you could maybe get Irida or teammates and make one of those cards be Octillery.
Right. Yeah, not knowing what they have access to in those 3
And of
cards
course,
is tough.
you know, could be that Octillery's prized here. Yeah, it's such a tricky spot to be in, and having access to your entire deck makes the decision all the more challenging. Now, the good news for us viewers is, of course, unlike Roserade, which can get any card, Drizzile has to get a trainer card, so we are going to see a reveal of what that trainer card is once Daisy's made that decision.
Yep. And they're just working through their turn. I do this exact same thing.
Absolutely.
Where it's like if I'm between a couple, I'm going to put them down just like that. Make
Yep.
sure that I...
Yep, it is the teammates, and the teammates does not have to reveal the 2 cards.
Yep.
But yeah, this is definitely how you want to play the deck. Obviously, you know, we talk about slow playing and pace of play. It's okay to take extra time on your very first decision like this because you're not taking one decision. You're actually taking the next 4 decisions. You're just planning it all out since it's all search effects, right?
Yep. I almost brought that up earlier tonight because the way that the handbook reads, it's like an average. They want your actions to be an average of 15 seconds per action, 40 seconds per shuffle, whatever,
There's no stopwatch timing you 15 seconds every time you play a card. That's not the spirit of the law.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like if I play 3 cards within a minute, then, okay, that's that's what we're looking for.
Right. We just want to make sure that progress is being made and that when you're taking time to think, you're doing it honestly and not trying to game the clock.
Gosh, you could have done this without using your teammates, but I get it, I guess.
You
keep your Iridas. So what this does is what this does though is this, because you did just have a Pokemon knocked out last turn, and you're not looking for many opportunities where that's going to happen from this side in that specific way. Where Irida next turn is a live card if this thing gets hit into and flips back into the deck. Teammates would not be.
Right. It's a great thing to point out the choice between Irida and teammates. Obviously, teammates can search more, but doesn't work as often. It's not usable.
You did see the Octillery as well.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be super important for stabilizing here. Even if we have the pieces, like we do see that the superior energy retrieval is here.
That's what I thought we would.
Without Octillery, you know, just coming up with Wishy-Washy would be terrible. So getting the Octillery is going to be a big part of restabilizing the board and getting back into this game properly.
Now, if you're Evan, what you want to see on this following turn, and God, I hate that there's no net. There's no escape rope in this list. But like you would love to see like a tutored out Raihan play to the Monkey Dory, move some damage onto the Wishy-Washy, and then rope out of that thing.
Exactly. You don't want to be swinging into Wishy-Washy. Now, in this case,
unless you KO it, which you can, you do have access to KO it
with Gallade plus Monkey, but we're really stretching our energy acceleration resources here. We have not seen the committal of the Dimension Valley, but we have seen Wondrous Patch get used, and Xatu will not be in play.
Oh my gosh, that's huge. Off these 5
cards, my
gosh,
great hits off the Octillery.
Yeah.
Getting the Whalmer down here means that there are now 2 threats to take care of, and he's just not going to be able to answer both unless he goes for the Guzma on the Whale plus Monkey Dory Ping on the Wishy-Washy.
Which is asking an awful lot.
Yeah, and he can use Gallade to get the Guzma, but he still has to get the energy in play. And without access to Xatu or Raihan, because he used Guzma, he might struggle to actually take the KO on the Whalmer.
Agreed. Yeah, those were like some of the most perfect cards you could have found if you were Daisy. Obviously, having to shuffle the Wailord back into the deck is a little bit of a thing, but knowing that you still have
Irida.
Yeah, and you still have Inteleon live.
Yep. So it's okay. We can live with this. Got 3 more cards in hand to work with here, debating on whether any of them should be played before going in with this attack. And I also, another thing I loved seeing this turn was the use of the air balloon on What? Not taking the knockout on Natu. Oh, that was a terrible misplay.
Are we missing
I
something?
really disagree with that play. That is not good at all. What is going on? Why didn't you attack with the wishy-washy? Yeah, I'm not really sure what that was about at all because Natu can just evolve into Xatu or get healed with Monkey Dory. So this is not setting up any sort of Inteleon shenanigans. This feels like a real, basically just like passing the turn. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the thought process was on that. We set up the wishy-washy to just not use it. I don't know.
It's weird.
Yeah, that was a really disappointing end to what I thought was quite a strong turn.
Oh no, you know what it is. You know what it is.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. You walk yourself right into a Blacephalon turn if you swing right there.
Oh, sure thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I hear you.
Yeah, you walk yourself right into a Blacephalon turn where Blacephalon
Or
can just
we
wreak
just
havoc.
swoop up the little bird to get the energy just back into the discard pile where it's now alive.
That's an awesome play.
I think that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yep, undoes everything you did last turn, basically.
Yep.
Daisy's in a bad spot here, actually, because no
Yeah.
matter what, there are now enough liabilities on board that Evan can just be lethal over the next several turns.
Yeah, Evan's plan here is pretty clear, right? We're going to be doing the little 1 damage ping onto the wishy-washy to just try to undo progress.
Yep.
And we have a 60 HP wishy-washy, we have 60 HP Drizzile, 90 HP Octillery and Frostmoth.
Can we chase the Whalmer this turn, or do we not have enough resources, you think?
Yeah, it's going to be tough because we're going to have to get 3 energy onto something like Gengar. So, and we did scoop up the Natu, so it can't evolve into Xatu. So we're going to have to see Dimension Valley be consumed here to make this play work.
Have to get 3 on the Tina.
Yeah, so we can do 1 from hand, 1 from Malamar, and it has to be Dimension Valley since Wondrous Patch has been consumed.
Yeah. Yeah. But pulling the Guzman makes me think that he thinks that he has it again.
I have to imagine so.
Psychic Recharge is going to get 1.
Yep. I'll definitely be interested to see what Pokemon we're accelerating to here.
Got a big hand over there for Evan's side.
Mm-hmm.
And a Night Stretcher being played for energy for Monkey. And attached to Monkey. So he's just going to say, I'm just going to...
We're just going to take a rando prize then. That must be the play here. But in that case, I have to ask myself...
Take a rando prize, though, and move...
I don't know about this play, though. I think that I would have liked to see him save the Guzma and just kill the Drizzile in that case.
Sure.
I know that there is splash energy there, but at the same time, you want to save your Guzma if you're planning to take and ignore the whale strategy.
I agree.
So I'm not sure that that's how I would have capitalized on this pass turn here. But nonetheless, this does put Evan finally ahead on the prize race.
Why did we not Monkey Dory?
No, he does not have the dark energy. He hasn't found it this entire game. Which is pretty unfortunate. It's another reason why he had to scoop up the Natu. He isn't able to heal it with the Monkey Dory, so that would have been a big liability there.
Yeah.
And we see the Inteleon come down. That's why I'm not really sure why we didn't just kill the Drizzile, because now this Inteleon is a pretty solid attacker. We're going to be able to take out the Monkey Dory or potentially something else.
Would have been short on the Drizzile, no? There's only 20 damage on it. You'd have been short. With the Monkey. Needed to be the Tina.
Yep.
But you're still in an okay position for Ev. because
absolutely.
specifically of the Blacephalon. That rando prize is going to be is okay.
Yep.
Again, way too many liabilities on board for Daisy's side to win this in a fair fight, which is not
this
how you would
extra
presume
prize
it
is
would
going to
be.
be pretty solid.
Yeah.
The only unfortunate thing is just not getting that extra Monkey Dory damage in, because Blacephalon can only take one prize card.
Yeah.
With the 8 of Monkey Dory, it's very likely that Blacephalon could have taken 2.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. Guzma's down as well, so Evan's going to have to manage his resources pretty carefully to take these last 3 prize cards while getting around Wishy-Washy and Wailord.
I agree.
How's the time looking for our players, by the way?
4 minutes plus, what did we say, 7?
Yeah.
So 11.
Sure. And Goulds ends up finishing 4-1 with Eggmill, his only loss being that turn 1 donk. So effectively what I would consider an undefeated record.
Oh no, time's out in the round. I had reset my clock earlier. We got 4 minutes left on the round. Yeah.
Yeah. That makes more sense.
4 minutes left. I reset them whenever I did all that. So they got about 4 minutes left in time.
Hex and Rough Seas. This is a pretty nice turn. Tell you what, I'm honestly inclined to just let them play it out.
Yeah.
Obviously, there can't be any ties now.
No. Well, they'll get their +3 turns and all that goodness anyway, so.
Hopefully it won't end up getting to that point. So we do see a really strong turn here. We have Rough Seas to heal up some of that residual damage. We do evolve into the Wailord and get reversal energy in case anything weird happens. And we do see the Hex Maniac. That Evan's got a really large hand, so the Hex isn't going to matter as far as Buddy Catch goes, but I think it's going to be extremely impactful as far as getting an attack this turn. With no Xatu and no Malamar, Wondrous Patch being consumed, he pretty much has to have Raihan in hand, or I don't see any way for him to really get a meaningful attack this turn.
And even if he has Raihan in hand, he's going to need an out to like Blacephalon in order to launch said attack anyway.
Yep, exactly. So he's done a really effective job here of mitigating Evan's chances to capitalize on this Blacephalon turn.
Yeah.
We do see the teammates. It's going to have to probably be Blacephalon and Dimension Valley. That feels really bad to have to use Dimension Valley in this way. But
you fulfill many things in doing this. I mean, you bump the Rough Seas, you get your Blacephalon online, you know, it's not nothing. And you can still
at the very least, this Blacephalon could put in quite a bit of work. We can do 1 damage to the Wishy-Washy.
Yes.
9 to the Octillery. And probably your last 2 just on either the Inteleon or the Frostmoth. Don't think we have access to Lana's Fishing Rod for second blind side.
No, I don't believe so.
Let's
see. No.
Yeah, thinking about my last 3 prize cards here, man, it would be nice to get Monkey Dory into the mix, but just doesn't look like it's that sort of angle. So Evan has to find some way to take 3 prize cards, probably in 3 turns. I don't think he has any more ways to take a 2 prize.
I don't think so either.
Race here.
No.
So he's gonna have to find a way to actually disrupt Daisy. Otherwise, I think he's pretty liable to actually fall behind at the finish line. All right, so deciding who to take out. Personally, I feel like Octillery is the obvious one. Yep. So then it comes down to what do we do with the last damage? Putting 3 on Frostmoth would make it easy to finish it off with 2 more Monkey Dories. But putting 1 on the Wishy-Washy to shuffle it away seems very valuable too. And choosing to put the lost 2 on Inteleon, sure.
Heads. That's pretty bad. But can't heal it, so has the chance to go back next turn. Yep.
Yep, and I mean, the Blacephalon's gotten its 1 turn in. It will be unable to do the same effect. Its attack only doing 12 damage counters on the turn that the opponent has 3 prize cards remaining.
We have versus
so we see
right here.
Oh my gosh, he benches the Feebas. That is a very, very bold choice.
Risky play.
That is not something I would have done with the prize race so narrow. That's going to be an easy potential bonus prize card for Evan to pick up to cheese the game, right?
I agree.
We could attack with Blacephalon to take that out for an easy snipe.
Yep.
We could see Monkey Dory try to take that out as well. There are 2 damage counters right now on that Xatu, meaning that Tina Ping plus Monkey would take a prize card.
Absolutely.
So very bold play. I'm not sure what's so valuable that we feel like we have to get Milotic. Is it the Rough Seas? Either way, I think it's super risky, especially with that hand size so low now. The odds of evolving into Milotic are not insanely high. Wow.
Yeah, super, super risky right there. See how that plays out.
Interesting. I imagine our players must be nearing time now.
Yeah, they are.
Tell you what, this is way past my bedtime. I haven't stayed up this late in quite some time.
Yeah, and I think that that's probably like right at time.
Yep.
So let Daisy swing and then 0, 1, 2, 3, right?
Yeah, that seems good, and hopefully the players will be able to finish their game before we end up getting to that point.
So I have abilities again. But I'll drop return. Mysterious Tail.
All right, so that is time, Evan. You're going to go ahead and be turn 0 then. But hopefully the prize race resolves itself before turn 3.
But we can't.
Yeah,
All right. So if you're Evan, you have your abilities back.
We do have the Versus Seeker, so this is an interesting choice. He's got a lot of options in his discard pile as far as the Versus Seeker goes. We know that he has access to Guzma. And with that extra prize card, that little Feebas sitting on the bench, I have to admit that Guzma would be my first choice of supporter to recover, right? Because you could Guzma something like the Inteleon or maybe the Frost Moth, and then try to cheese an extra prize on the Feebas, either with Blacephalon's attack or some other means.
Absolutely.
I feel like that's the best path to victory here. That Feebas, that choice to bench it, could be the undoing of Daisy.
Yep. Yeah, I agree.
Versus Seeker. I have to imagine
it's Tulip.
It's Tulip. Right. He does recognize that he does need to get back some of these Pokemon like Blacephalon and Monkey Dory, but at the cost
no
of
dark
not
energy.
getting access to Guzma.
Yeah, as well. It's just
This is pretty scary, I have to admit. Slamming into this wishy-washy seems like just about the worst possible thing.
Well, you don't
ever.
have to slam into the wishy-washy. He's identified that he's got Blacephalon. Bench Blacephalon.
Sure,
so
he can
Blacephalon's taking
Blacephalon
the
right
KO.
now. The only trouble is, how do you take the last KO after that?
Yeah, after having used your
Guzma and Versus Seeker are now down. There's no escape rope. No. I feel like by going for this line and trying to take the Feebas now, he might have just locked himself out of taking the last prize to win the game.
Yeah. How many damage counters on the Inteleon right now?
Inteleon has 2 damage on it, so it needs 140.
Because you're just going to literally be swinging into a Wailord the rest of the game.
Yeah, quite possibly, because even if this Wishy-Washy does shuffle away, the Wailord can just get powered up with any energy search. Now, of course, it's possible that without Inteleon and Auxiliary...
Palpad.
Oh, Palpad. I completely forgot about Palpad. Everything I said was stupid.
Yeah.
Evan has gone for the perfect line here.
Yep.
Yeah, this is phenomenal. So now we have Guzma in deck. That's going to let Evan threaten to take the next prize card on the following turn by simply using Gallade for Guzma.
Sorry, chat. It's late.
Everything we said was stupid. This is just the perfect line. Take the Feebas out while you can, because you know that you have guaranteed Guzma on the following turn.
The endurance round.
Whew.
It's felt like it. It's been an endurance
tournament.
Definitely
Has. This has been a tough set. Giving it a nice, healthy shuffle. A lot of stuff on the line of this game here. Remember, the winner of this game is the proud recipient of a full art Fates Collide N. One of the most gorgeous supporter cards ever printed. So a lot is riding on these next 2 turns and how we choose to do them. We are going to put counter energy onto the Gallade because of that Psychic colorless cost that will allow Gallade to attack on the following turn.
Yep.
And with Dimension Valley in play, we just need the 1 energy to take out the Phoebus, set up 1 more damage on whoever you want.
Perfect. As good as you could have played this.
Now Inteleon dies to a Giratina 2. And next turn, unless we see a Hex Maniac, it's going to be GG's. And it is a Tails. That's even worse. Going to have to promote the Inteleon. We have to see Hex Maniac, Stadium Bump. It would have to be a pretty insane combination to stop what's coming. Or we could see potentially Boss's orders to KO the Gallade with this Wailord here. That could be another potential line to win here. It's going to be narrow.
And that Frostmoth's still on bench too, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Any liabilities? We need... like you said, a pretty vicious combo here.
Yeah, and that is definitely one of the strengths of Gallade over the Gardevoir. I'm a big fan of Gardevoir, as many of us are, but Gallade really can just set up these checkmate scenarios where unless your opponent has a very strong combination of cards in their hand, there's just nothing they can do to stop what's coming. And we see Irida play. That means they're not going to boss the Gallade. That means they're not going to Guzma the Gallade or hex the Gallade.
I think Evan's looking to see if there's a way that that's just checkmate.
Yeah, because even if we scoop up net the Frostmoth, that Inteleon is just as liable to get knocked out here. There's just no way.
And there we go.
And I think they're talking through the line here that Irida is just not a strong enough card to do it. Yep. There's no way that it's blocking what's coming. Yeah, Palpad with Gallade. Such a strong combination. I think that is definitely it. We're going to take Field Blower, which does get rid of the Dimension Valley.
And Wishy-Washy, which is a little bit bigger of a guy.
And technically, we're asking Evan to find that one energy on Gallade.
Which he has in hand. He's just shown. But if you leave Inteleon in the active, you can't Guzma it. But then again, you just come up and swing. So I don't know what we're missing here. I don't know what Daisy's missing here.
Yeah, there's just absolutely nothing to be done. Again, the only thing that you could possibly say is Evan technically does need to find the energy to attach.
Yeah, but he's already shown it to him.
Yeah, the energy is there, so I mean that's a wrap. It's a wrap, unfortunately.
Unless we're missing
I don't
something
think
crazy.
there's any line where you can like try to you can't stall anything because supporter has been used. No dice.
This is why we don't do +3 turns anymore.
Yeah, it absolutely is. This is still just turn 1. Maybe Pokemon Company was onto something.
It's when it grinds to a halt like this, where it's like,
and this was not, and even in the first couple rounds this tournament too, we had some games that were going 7-8 minutes past the timer because of the +3 turns. So it's something we'll definitely have to consider, especially for our larger Turboblaze tournaments in the future, whether we need to keep it down to just +1 turns in the interest of time. Of course, this being the last game, that's going to be pretty much a wrap then. We'll draw for turn, search our deck for Guzma, attach the energy.
Guzma. You just retreat.
And yeah, there you go. You can just retreat and swing, and that's a good game.
All right, SPO.
Awesome. So congratulations to Evan Wiki for going 5-0 in our largest Turboblaze trial to date.
Massive.
With Monkey Tina. Not an easy deck to pilot. Super exciting. That is Evan's second badge on the board, which is really exciting. Lee has 3 badges. Ghouls has 2, and Evan now puts himself as the 3rd Turboblaze member to get 2 badges in our weekly tournament series. So really excited for Evan to get this win. Keep the ends full art from Fates Collide out of the hands of the non-Blazers.
Yes.
We were hoping that one of us would be able to defend, and he sure has.
And Chucky said, be on the lookout, because now that we've defended it, there may be a chance that it goes back up at a later date, but not right now.
It's not going to be for a little while, folks. You lost your one chance.
Oh, but anyways, guys, thank you all for hanging out with us tonight.
Absolutely. We know it's late.
Happy Pokemon Day. Can't stress enough how happy I've been to be streaming with you guys tonight. From me and SBO and our team over at Collectors Connection, thank you all for hanging out, and have a great rest of your weekend. Peace.